transcribe the call. This is already getting this is already live on YouTube, and you can get everything from there. Let me double check. Yes, we are live on the YouTube. Guys, how things going on? All good? Let me know in the chat box. Are you ready to start? Kick new week? Guys, come on. You guys are still sleeping. Type capital S in the chat box. In the next 30 seconds, we are going to lock the meeting and we will get started. Perfect. Super. Guys, let's start with a quick poll. I wanted to know what is the status of your assignment, and we will get started. So poll is on your screen. Oh my God, many people are saying still working. As you need to complete the assignment, otherwise it will be very hard for you to catch up. Okay, let me end the poll. Let's see what we can do for your assignment. Now let me lock the meeting first. Okay, guys, today we are going to start a new topic, Git and GitHub, and most of you are already aware of this, and it's going to be a bit easy for you, bit challenging for you as well, as you are going to learn and understand new concept. So with that notes, please make sure you are out of all distraction. You are at the place where you can focus for the next 8 hours. If you are with me here, you are ready, you can get started. Please type focus in the chat box and we will get started. Very nice. Super. So let me share my screen. If you all see my screen, I'm loud and clear. Please type SA in the chat box. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So this week we are going to start new topic, Git and GitHub. You have been already using Git and GitHub for your assignment submission. And we know some of you had some confusion, some challenges. So we are going to fix all those things, and all those things will be clear this week. And before that, I wanted to make sure everyone has turned on your computer. Sorry, turn on your camera. Please turn on your camera. And let me make, okay, Anjana, you are here. Let me
Yes, I'm
Cisco.
here.
Perfect. Cisco host already. Any other commenter is here? Joy is here. Let me make her the co-host. Now Joy is also co-host. Perfect. Now we are all set. Joy and Anjana, people whose camera is not on, please put them in the waiting room. And today we are not going to accept anyone from the waiting room.
Okay.
Yes. So let me share my screen once again. And if you can see my screen, please type SA in the chat box. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, as I said, today we are going to start new topic, Git and GitHub. Okay. Now, before we start, let's understand why this topic is so important for DevOps engineer. And as of now, you already knows the kind of challenge you are facing, the way we are collaborating, right? As you notice, I'm sitting in the Finland. I have created the GitHub repository for your assignment submission, and people from across the globe, right? They are using my code to submit their assignments. Imagine we have 182 people. Now, this every people are accessing my code. Now, imagine if this won't be how you should be doing that. Let's go back around 15 years ago, okay, when I started my career. So I was working in a small team. We used to create the file. Then sometime you used to share the code on the Google Drive. Around 15 years ago, GitHub was not there. Git was not there. SVM was there. One tool was there long ago. Okay, but that was very costly. So we always use Google Drive, sometime even Pen Drive. It was very, very challenging working in a team. Now all those problems get solved with Git and GitHub. Now this is what we are going to understand. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. You are with me. Type capital clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's start again answering same questions. Why we need Git and GitHub? But first, here you see there is a two term. One is Git, another is GitHub. Yes, let me know in the chat box. Is this both are the same or these are different? If same, then type same. If different, then type diff, different. Wow, very good. Both are different. Git is the different and GitHub is the different. And both are designed to solve different purpose. Okay, so let's start with what is Git. Git is basically a tool. Git is a tool. What it do? It basically provide us version control. What is version control? We'll understand in a moment. It's provide a branching. What is branching? Again, we will understand. Help in the merging. What is merging? We are going to look into it. It offer collaboration, and you already know by this time how this helping us in the collaboration. Right? You are using my GitHub repository. Your all scoreboard is getting published on our leaderboard. Everything is going with the code and the collaboration and multiple people working together. Now, let's start with again version control and what is the Git. So what is the Git? As I said, Git is a tool and this is a version control system. Well, here we see this is version control system, and this is also called VCS, version control system. In industry we use this word a lot. Okay, VCS, version control system. Guys, please type VCS in the chat box if you are with me. Well, now in VCS you see there is a three word, right? Version, then control, then system. Try to understand one by one. What is the version? Version is different iteration of same thing. Version is different iteration of same thing. Take an example. I have written a book. When I written the book, so first time I have done the first draft. After that, that book went to the publisher, and there had the person, they have scanned my all books pages, all chapters, and they make sure there's no duplicate or plagiarism in my book. And then they send me all their comment. Then again I have took their comment and I have improved that. So what is become here? So my original was the one copy, then I had the second copy, right? So this is the second version of my book. And similarly, it went with the multiple iteration, means same copy I have been improving. So what are all these? These are the different, type in the chat box. These are the different version of my original book, right? So this is called version. Now, as I said, with Git, we do version control. So what do? We control different version of what? Your code. So this is the tool that provide us version control, help us the controlling the version of the source code. Now, if you take the simple example of my book, right? So it was the different chapter, right? But here, Git help us controlling the different version of our code. Okay, so this is called Git. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Okay, now let's go to the next slide. A little bit again do in deep dive. So as I said, what is do Git? Git is the version control. It allow us to multiple people collaborate together. Why? How? Allowing the system which has capability of managing the changes of the your code. So with the Git, what we do, we control different version of the code where multiple people work together. So Git is the tool that help us controlling the multiple version of the source code, and at the end it help us allowing multiple people to work together. Now, so what is the Git? Why do we need Git? We need Git for the version control, right? So this is the one of the feature. Sorry, let me go to the previous slide. So it helps us in the version control, maintaining multiple version of our source code. Now, what is the second? This help us in the branching. This help us in the branching. Now, question comes, why do, okay, what is branching? So branch in simple term, what is the branch? So if you have seen the tree, let me get my sketch. Now, if you see, if this is the tree, right? And the tree has the different branch, right? So again, this comes with the same concept. So what happened? Try to understand here. So we have our repository, our DevOps micro internship assignment Praveen Mishra repository. What I did here, I have put the first version of my code. For the assignment of the all week, I have put it there, right? And now, every time you see there is the changes, right? So now imagine there is the multiple people working on this source code. Okay, so here I am working, Anjana is also working. Now, if I'm doing some changes, then what I do, I go ahead and put my changes over here, right? I mean, Anjana is working, she's also going and putting her code over here. Guys, so far so, all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now imagine in this, I'm working on one file, okay? And Anjana is working on the another file here. Now, to make sure I work on my file independently and Anjana work on her file independently, we have to use some technique and some capability. And one of them is called branching. So how it works? So imagine, so this is the tray, okay, and here is the main source code. We have started working together. Now, when I'm going to work, so what I will do, I will take this initial source code and I will create a branch of this source code here, one branch. And I will go and start doing my changes in this file. I will go start doing changes of in this file. And when Anjana need to work, maybe she's going to start work maybe tomorrow. She will go, she will make again another branch. They will take the same source code and create the another branch. How we do, we understand later. But concept is she will take the same code, they will go ahead and create the another branch. And she will start working on this code. Okay, so far so. This is clear? Type clear in the chat box. Nice. So what happened? I will keep working here. And when I will finish my work, then I will save my all changes. Then I will go ahead and merge this here in the main branch. So this is my branch. This is the main branch, right? And Anjana created her own branch. So what I did from main branch, I created my own branch and I did my all work on this branch. When I've done all my work, I saved it. Then I again put this in the main branch. Again, what we'll do, Anjana will keep working on her branch. Once her all work is done, then she will go and maybe she will, okay, first she will save, then she will put her code again in the main branch. Now, if again next day I need to work, so what I will do, I will go and create the another branch from the this source code because now here my code is also here and Anjana code is also here, right? Now when I create the new branch, so this code will have the both code, right? Praveen and Anjana. Type P and A in the chat box if this is clear. Perfect. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating the branch, okay? And we are working on our independent code without disturbing everyone. So how do we create branch? This could be done with the help of this tool, Git. So Git help us in the branching, creating the different branch of the code. Now, I was saying, so when I'm working here on my branch, right? Then once I done my work, then I need to save my code, right? And this saving in terms of Git, we call this as a, let me type again. This is called commit. Okay. So once I'm done with my work, then what I will do, I'll go ahead and save my changes. When I'm saving my changes, this is called commit. And you have been using this word, right? You are using this tool from last week. Okay. So what you are doing, you are saving your changes with the commit. Again, what is the commit? Commit is the one of the feature of tool. So using this git, we will do the commit. How we do the commit? You have been using, right? Git commit some messages, right guys? Are you on the same page? Type yes in the chat box. Very nice. So what I did, so again, the way you have been saving your changes, same way, you can also create the branch. You will use the different command. That's it. There's no difference. Okay. What you will do? You will create the different branch using the command, git command. Similar, the way you are doing the commit is very simple. Now, once I will commit, means I have saved my changes. After saving the changes, I need to bring my changes where? In this repository, right? Sorry, in the main here. I need to that. And for that, okay, again, I will use another command. What is this another command? This another command is called merging. This another command is called merging. And again, merging is the another feature of Git tool that we can use. And now when you merge, you will see some challenges. When you merge, you have been seeing some challenges, right? What kind of challenges you have been facing? Type in the chat box when you have been doing merge. Merge conflict, right? So you have been getting merge conflict. Now to solve this merge conflict, you're also going to use different git command. And you have seen some suggestions, right? When you get conflict, so git itself will give you some suggestions, right? So again, if you able to follow me, if you're able to understand, so what git is doing, git is a just a tool, and it has the different capability, and using this tool we are able to do and perform all those things. Guys, so far so all clear, all good? Type capital good in the chat box. Very nice. Now, just to recap, so using the Git, we can do the version control, we create the branching, we do the commit, we are going to merge it. When we merge it, there will be the conflict, and for that, there is again different commands we need to use it. Now, all together, what is doing? It helping us in the collaboration, right? So when I'm doing changes on my code, you are going and fetching using the upstream, and you 182 people are working together, right, on the same repository. So this is the best collaboration tool for IT industry. So whether you are the developer, testers, DevOps engineer, everyone use this. Perfect. So guys, this is the Git, and to perform everything, Git provides different command. Okay. And what are these commands? Let me quickly show you. So Git has this different command. Git status, you have been using it. Git add, Git restore, Git diff, Git checkout, Git commit, Git log, Git branch, Git checkout, Git merge, Git reset. So these are the different commands, and there are many more commands you will be using once you start working on the Git. Guys, so far so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Very nice. Now let me accept some people. Okay, these 10 people are waiting. Now we are going to do the attendance. And today we are going to do attendance a bit differently. Okay, so just allow me a moment. Guys, to do the attendance, everyone need to be on GitHub. Okay, so make sure you're on the laptop. Okay, your Git is open. Okay, guys, let's do one thing. Let's go with the world model as well. Okay, let's not make this complicated. Okay, so let me start the attendance for today. So, Anjana, where is the attendance?
So I will launch it now.
Okay, I see the here attend morning attendance. Shall I start it?
Sir, okay, sir.
You need. Okay, fine. You are starting.
So the launch button is disabled for me.
Sorry, come again.
So for morning attendance, launch button is disabled for me. It is showing as disabled.
I can see here.
So please
Nothing need to
launch
be
it.
edited, right? Can I start it?
Yes, sir. Please launch it.
Okay. No, 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 no. Not this
So
one.
I think this is not the poll.
Yeah, yeah, I see here. Yes. This is correct one, right?
Yes, sir, this is correct.
Yes. Guys, 30 seconds more. Please mark your attendance. Okay, now let me stop it. Thank you. Okay, everyone done the attendance? Type A in the chat box. Okay, guys, couple of important announcements as everyone is here. Okay, so we are in the week 4, right? We are in the week 4, and here at this stage we make some important decision for the DMI. Okay, for the students and for the commenters as well. Okay, so as you know, I have explained earlier, in DMI you have the three pillars, right? You a student, me, and the commenters. Okay, so this week we have decided to let go 4 commenter from the DMI. Okay, and that there was the various reason. Okay, some of has their other commitments comes in, so they were not able to commit. Some of them were not able to contribute. Okay, so they were not able to support you people. So because of that, we have removed 4 co-mentors. Everyone, please try to understand here. Okay, because if they are not able to help you, right, they have other commitment. So it's something not helping you and the DMI, right? So we let 4 co-mentor go. Who is not part of your DMI co-mentor at this point of time? Greg. So Greg is not co-mentor anymore. Okay. Nikechi, he is again not co-mentor anymore. So you know in your group, okay, who was your co-mentor. Again, Faith, she is not your co-mentor anymore. And Greg, okay, what is next? And Ruke, okay. So Ruke, Faith, Greg, Nikechi, these 4 are not your co-mentor anymore. Okay. So of course you can have your relationships with them. We are not broken. Okay. Again, they are in touch with me, but just for your knowledge, they are not co-mentor. Okay. So going forward, they should not have any information about the DMI. Okay. So don't ask any questions. You don't need to tag them on the LinkedIn. You should not, you need not need to ask any question on the Discord channel. Of course, they are still part of the Discord channel. Okay. And maybe in the future they will join. So they have my students. Okay. So I have a relationships with them. Okay. But because of some reason, they were not able to commit. Okay. And there some of them priority got changed. So we decided to depart. Okay. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. So these things we done for the co-mentor, making sure you get real supports, okay, whenever you need. Okay. So I know who is helping you. You know who is helping you. Okay, guys. Now, next things. This week is also week. Here we make a decision for students. Okay. So you have been submitting your assignments. Okay. Some of has been not submitting the assignments. Some people has not been engaging in the Discord and here. Some people attendance is very poor. Okay. So we are going to remove all those people because we only want to focus on the student who really want to grow. Is there's nothing personal about the anyone, okay? But before joining the DMI, everyone watched the orientation videos multiple times. You did the assignments, you went through the interviews. So we tried our best to having the best people in this DMI, and still if someone is not able to meet our expectation, So DMI is not best for them. So this is sake of everyone. It's also good for me, also for the remaining students. They know who is their accountable partner with whom they hook around, right? And who is not able to continue, they can go with the self-placed learning. We have given every things to them. They know everything here, right? So some people have maybe some different challenges, so they will continue their own path. Guys, if this is clear, type noted in the chat box, because we are going to verify everyone attendance end of this week, everyone assignments end of this week, and we're going to make this a decision. No exception. Perfect. So with these notes, let's go back to our study. And before that, guys, one thing is very important. I told on the day one, telling again, you all are engineer. If you are not, you want to become the engineer. So always think like engineer. When you are asking any questions, please ask logical questions. Ask in the standard format. Do your homework first, then only ask question. Here, I don't have time to answer your unlogical questions. I don't want co-mentor to waste your time if your question is not correct, not coming after doing your homework. Again, those kind of people, we also keeping close eyes on those kind of people. They will also get removed because they create problem for me, co-mentor, and again other students. Okay, so always keep this in the mind. One important things here I am telling from the week one, everyone make your accountable partner. Make your pair programming buddies with whom you have been working together. When you are stuck anywhere, so he will be the first person you will be sitting with him and discussing. Hey, I'm facing this problem. I'm not able to solve. Do you have any idea? If not, let's work together. Let's think together. Two brain works very well. And you have heard pair programming concepts, right? So in pair programming, when two people work, think together, then while discussing itself, 60% of the problem gets solved. You just do the cross questions. Okay, you start thinking. When you're thinking yourself, you become monotonous. So make sure you have the accountable partner. You have accountable partner, type A in the chat box. I know you don't have, maybe only 5% people has. You met good friend. So week one, I'm putting in the breakout session, asking you to do the assignment review. So identify someone who can really work with you, help you. Going forward, in every channel, everyone, please note here. Please listen this very carefully. Going forward, if you're asking any questions, first you have to make sure that question you discuss with your accountable partner. You both tried solving it together. If you're not able to solve, then ask the question right format. What is the problem? What you have tried? Why it's not working? What could be the possible solution? Again, tag I have tried with this person. We discussed together. So we want you should be working in a team, because in a company you work in a team. This is internship, guys. So everything's what we do here, making you as a industry ready. So please try to understand all this aspect. It's not just something I wake up one day and just say let's do like this. Okay, there is really meanings behind this. Okay, guys, type A in the chat box if you are going to found your accountable partner. Perfect. Thank you so much. Now I'm sharing my screen once again. If you see my screen, type essay in the chat box. Thank you so much. Okay, so what we have been discussing, we have been trying to understand Git, right? And Git has all these different commands. Okay, now all these commands you are going to learn today. Before we go in that details, okay, let's cover the another topics of this Git. What was the another topic? GitHub, right? As of now, what we have been trying to understand? Git, correct? We have been trying to understand Git. Now let's understand what is GitHub very quickly. Okay, I'm not going to do deep dive here. Okay, okay, yes. Now let's go to the GitHub. Okay, so in GitHub, what you need to understand? In GitHub, you need to understand what is GitHub, what is different features of the GitHub, what is different capability of the GitHub, and how to create GitHub account. And as of now, you all have the GitHub account. Then how to do Git authentication, and most of you have already done. Okay, so this is the four important concept you need to understand. Now, when you are using Git, so Git is a tool, and using the Git tool, you do most of the things on your local computer. Most of the things you do on your local computer. Okay, now using the Git, what you did, you can create the branch, you can save your changes, you can merge it, right? And everything's what you are doing, where you're doing on your local computer. Now, after doing all those changes, I need to review your assignment, right? I need to review your all assignments. So you have done all those changes. Now these changes need to be shared with me, right? How do you share? For that, you need a send a place where you can send your changes, right? So I can go ahead and get it. So for that, you need a place, and this is what is GitHub. So what is the GitHub? GitHub is a platform, source code management platform, source code management cloud platform, or call it anything. Okay, so this is the platform where from your local machine you will save your changes or send your changes. Okay, and from here, anyone in the world, if you allow, they can go ahead and get those on their local systems. So I have also my local computer live, right? When I'm doing the your assignment review, and your other co-mentors, when they are doing your assignment review, right? So they need to access your local changes, right? So for that, you need a platform. So this is what GitHub provides. Guys, if this is clear, type GitHub in the chat box. Perfect. So GitHub is the platform where you can put your source code and you can share with the world. Okay, if this is the public, if not public, it could be the private. If the private, you can add the multiple collaborator. Okay, so if this is the private, you can add multiple collaborator. You can decide, okay, only Praveen can see my assignments. Only my team co-mentor can see my assignments, right? So in the Git, there is the feature called collaboration. Okay, there you can go and add my GitHub user ID and your co-mentor user IDs. And once we accept, we will be able to see your code. Okay. So you see, right? GitHub again providing different features, and collaboration is one feature. Okay. So GitHub has a lot of features that you need to understand as DevOps engineer. Guys, if I'm making sense, this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. And this feature is a huge feature. As a DevOps engineer, you need to know some of them, and over the time, you will understand. Okay. This is the platform. You cannot become master in a 1 month or 6 months. Okay. I am working on the industry from the last 15 years. I've written my book on Git and GitHub for the developers. Still, I learning there. Okay. So this kind of platform always evolving. New capability is coming. So don't try to become master. Rather, try to understand core features, and when you need, you should be able to understand another feature. So that should be your mindset. Guys, if I'm clear, type C in the chat box. Well, so basically, you understand what is Git, and Git has the different feature. Now, to use the Git and all features, you need to create the GitHub account. And once you create the GitHub account, then you want to send your local code to the GitHub, right? And for that, you need to do the authentication. And you already did it, right? So from your local system, you need to authenticate. So you will be able to commit your changes. Okay. Now, so from your local computer, once you authenticate, then again, you are going to push your changes, send your changes on the GitHub. And for that, again, you need to use different set of Git command. Okay. So what are different Git command that you use to interact with the remote GitHub? Here, guys, please try to understand. So when I was showing this command, git status, git add, restore, checkout, commit, log, branch, merge, reset. All these commands work on the your local computer. We use on where? Type in the chat box. On the local computer, right? So these commands use on the local computer for managing your source code, your script, your infrastructure at the local computer. Whereas these commands help you to interact with your GitHub platform. What are these commands? Git remote. And you have been using the Git remote a lot, right? So when you type Git remote, it's look at what is on your remote on your GitHub, right? Also, Git pull. So you will pull the changes from your remote on your local. So when you are working in a team, when you another team member making some changes on remote Git, right? I need to get it. So what I do, I run a command called git pull, right? When I make my changes, then again I need to send my changes on the GitHub. What I use git push. You have been already using it, right? Then I can also clone, right? If I want to get the fresh copy of the any repository, so I can use the git clone, right? We have been using it. Git fetch, you have been already using it, right? Git rebase, maybe some of you have used it. Okay. So all these commands we use to interact with where? Type in the chat box. GitHub. Okay, not local, GitHub. Okay, from local to GitHub. Okay, guys, so you see there's a lot of commands, and here you again see we have a lot of commands that's work on the local, and these are just a commands. Okay, and if you need to learn all those things, okay, it's better to learn practically. It's better to learn showing something. Okay, someone is showing, then you really able to understand it. Okay, I can talk here for hours and hours what is the restore. Okay, it will not make sense. So you need to understand this practically. Okay, so we have the 6 assignment in this week. Before we do the assignments, today I want you to sitting here in the next 2.5 hours, complete all GitHub critical lecture first. So GitHub lecture is very small. This only 2.5 hours on the our LMS. Where is our LMS? On Udemy, right? So let me quickly open it. It's 2 hours, I think 33 minutes. Yes, this is on Udemy. Okay. So this is 2 hour 39 minutes. Okay. So guys, here everyone, please listen carefully. Here I want you to sitting at your place, making sure your camera is on. In one sitting, you have to complete the Git and GitHub all videos. Don't try to make a notes, okay? That you can do it tomorrow, okay? Here, I wanted to make sure, just make sure you understand the concept and practically how we are doing, okay? So just sit at your place, make your camera is on for the next 2.5 hours and start watching the videos. After that, we'll do the break. Then we'll start doing the demo. Okay, guys? Are you on the same page? Type same in the chat box. And guys, I need your commitment. As I said, this week is very, 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 very important. Because if you complete the theory now, in the after 2 hours, we'll do the all demos. And this week will be very easy for you because you have been using it a lot. So this week again, I want to make sure this week assignments and all past week assignment is completed, because we are going to remove the people. So please use this time, today's time, very intelligently. Okay? So don't think like you can learn tomorrow. No, let's complete today all theories. Okay? Let us do the all hands-on today. So next 5 days you will use for completing all assignments. Okay, guys? Please type commit in the chat box if you are committed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, I'm not going to set any timer for you. You can go ahead and set the timer. This is 8:24 for me, right? So around 11, okay, we will again come back here. We are not giving any breakout session because I want to see everyone here on the screen. Okay, I'm putting you all on the big screen. I want to see everyone face here, and I want to see you are studying here. So should not have to leave from here. Okay, thank you so much for your commitment. So please go ahead and start open the Udemy and start watching the videos. Okay, and again I will call you back here in 2 hours 30 minutes. And commenters, please make sure everyone camera is on. If not, just kick them out from the meeting. Okay, no waiting room at all. Meenakshi, you have to complete whole Git and GitHub. Yes, whole Git and GitHub. Okay. If you need, please use 1.25x. Okay. 1.5x. The concept which you already know, like authentication, maybe you know, right? Installation, you know, for those things. Okay, guys, all the best. Start now. Thank you so much. Section 4, Git and GitHub. Okay, guys. Okay. Thank you so much.
Guys, am I audible? Okay, I can see some of you are sleeping. Please wake up and watch the videos. Oluwat, Oluwato Diloba Tayo, please wake up. Tense and chill, please wake up. Yes, I'm talking to you. Please wake up. Felix Semeka, are you sleeping? Please wake up. Kenneth Tefe, please wake up and watch the videos. I can see you're sleeping. Isaiah and Emeka, are you sleeping? Angel, can you hear me? Please wake up and watch the video. Hello everyone, am I audible? Hello. Okay. Um, Let me know how many of you have completed watching the video. Okay, Abram, no problem. And okay, I can see 50% you have completed and others have not yet. Okay, no problem. Um, okay, now we are going to give you a 10 minutes break and you can come back in 10 minutes. Then we are going to start our demos. Hello everyone, welcome back. Am I audible? If I'm audible, please give me a thumbs up. And if you're back, please type back in the chat box. Okay, thank you. And now we are going to start our demos for this week, Git and GitHub. So your comment Joy is here to do the demos. Joy, are you there? Okay, before that, I will admit the other papers. Hello, Joy, are you there?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
Hi,
you can.
Angela.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Um,
Okay, you can
okay.
start the most favorite concept from last couple of
Honestly. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I'm so glad to see everyone. Very happy and excited. I can see the comment section. We're all very ready to get this started. All right. The last couple of weeks since you joined us in DMI, we hit you with GitHub. It wasn't like, you got a lot of preparations, but you've been doing well. So I have to commend you on that. You've been doing well. All right, so let's get started. Now, please confirm if you can hear me. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me so that I'll know I'm not just talking to myself. Right. Okay, thank you. All right, so from the video that you have watched, you were able to have an overview or even an in-depth learning on GitHub. So the assignments that we are going to demonstrate today would give you more understanding of what GitHub is. It will give you more clarity on the things that you have been doing on GitHub, what your assignments have looked like, the reason you're doing what you're doing. Every step of this assignment from assignment 1 to assignment 5 is created in such a way that it gets to touch all elements or all concepts in Git and GitHub. So just hang in with me. Let's do it together gently, and we'll find ourselves with better clarity. All right, I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Uh-oh. All right, so the very first thing I'll do is to take us to Udemy. All right, because that's our LLM, so we need to take instructions from Udemy. Should be able to hide this. Okay. All right, so we'll start from assignment 8. If you look on my screen here, this is the first assignment that we are going to do. So from here, this assignment said before contributing to CodeTrack project at Cloud Advisory, you need to set up Git correctly on your local system. This assignment will help you apply what you learned in configuring Git lecture by setting up your Git username and email globally. So the idea of this assignment is to take us from the beginning. This shouldn't take us time. So look at the real world scenario. You have just joined a team at Cloud Advisory and are starting a new internal project called CodeTrack. Your first web ticket is to set up the repositories to the repository correctly and configure your Git identity properly at local and global levels, exactly as you would in a real world. So this is a scenario that we are going to replicate. You as a DevOps engineer just joined this company. And once you join this company, your first project was to create a project called Code Track. Now, in the course of creating this code track, there are prerequisites that you need to do that allows this code track to move from being an ordinary project to be a Git tracked project. So we are going to set up this repository, and then we are going to set up an identity attached to it. So let me take you back to here. Now, what I'd like to do first in this assignment is to take you to the very last part. There is an extra part that I have added to this assignment. Sorry, give me pause. Okay. Right, so, okay, first of all, let's look at the prerequisites here. So the only thing that you need for this assignment is you need a command line. Now, this command line doesn't necessarily have to be Git, but I recommend that you use Git bash. But if you're using any other command line, you need to install Git on it. Okay, so it is best that you have Git bash, and I'm sure that I can tell, not very sure, but I can tell that a lot of people here already have Git bash in their system. So, but if you do not have it, set it up. So you can just, if you're on Windows, Git bash and then follow the prompts to complete your, or use this to install it. Whatever operating system you're working with, by the time you're done with Git installation, ensure that you check Git version. This will verify if your installation was properly done or not. Once you get an output like this, then it means that you now have Git bash in your local system. And therefore here, for this assignment, the only required credential you need is your email address. Using creating your GitHub account, you may likely need it. So that's basically all that you need. Now let's start with the assignment. We already know what this assignment is, which is, one second, I'm trying to move this meeting. Okay. Now from the beginning here, you already know what this assignment is about. We're about to create a project directory and initialize it as a Git repository. But before we start doing the assignments one by one, I want to show you something. These are all the Git concepts you're going to encounter in the course of doing this project, because I want you to have an idea what is it that you're about to do. So during your private work, you go down here, you will see that I added extra stuff for you where I said Git concept covered in this assignment. So if I was the one doing this project and I have something like this, I'll first of all go down here, refresh my mind, my memory on what we are about to do. But in the course of working on this project, I will also be explaining this concept in real time, but I want us to have an overview of it. So you've been saying things like rep or repository. These have been the word that you have used mostly for the past 3 weeks. So what is a repository? A directory that Git tracks and manages. It contains your project files along with a .git directory, which stores a project version, history, branches, configurations, tags, and other metadata required for version control. So Git a folder becomes a repository once you have initialized it. So we're going to be all of these concepts. You can go through it in your own time. Git identity. You would have encountered it while working on this project. So I'll be explaining them while we are going, but just want you to know that these are available down here. So we'll start with task 1, which is create a project directory and initialize it. So let's come here. Yeah. Okay, so what I usually do, which I always like to recommend, is everything related to DMI cohort 3 is arranged inside this folder. So any repository that I need to clone, I clone it in here. Any new project, I just put it here. It's only do this here. So, all right, so I'm going to create another folder. You don't have to do this because I already have this. I have this folder when I was doing the demo. So I'm going to create another one. How do we create a folder? mkdir. So I'll call it code track. Now I have just created this folder, code track. Looking at this is not a Git repository yet. If I run commands like git status, because this is some of the issues that you're going to be having, I get this error, fatal, not a Git repository or any of the parent directories.git. So what this error message simply tells us is that I try to run a Git command in a repository that it's not Git tracked. And even the parent directory, which is this DMI cohort 3, isn't a Git repo. So the very first thing to do is, once you've created your code track, first of all, let's see if the folder I created is even available. ls. So now I have code track here. So code track, I move into code track with cd code track, enter. Now look at my path here, it has changed. I want you to always recognize this. Anytime you're working, some of the errors that you have, some of the problems that you face will just be you're in the wrong directory. So when your directory changes, please acknowledge it. So now I am in here, code track. How do I now just do ls minus la, because I know it is empty. I just want to see. So it is empty. These are just system configurations. It's not completely empty. So pwd, where am I? I am inside this code track. So this code track is so I'm inside this code track now. If I run a git command, which is if I do git status, once again, I get this error, not a Git repository, because I have not initialized it here. It even gave me a recommendation. There is no .git here. So what do? I initialize this. This is the first level of Git repository. Now, if I run git init, my command change, my output changes. It says initialize empty Git repository in this path, user/admin/this and this. So this becomes a Git repository. And beyond that, something has changed. I have master here. So this master could, in your own folder, this could be master or main. This tells us that, one, this is the name of a branch. This is the main branch now. This is now a Git repository. But don't take my word for it. How do we know that this is a Git repository? We run a command to find out. There is something we are looking for, ls-a. Now we run this command, you see .git. So once you see this folder.git, this tells you that Git is now tracking this folder. This folder is now a Git repository. What that means is that .git becomes a folder where Git works with. Anything that you want to do, you want to create your branch, you want to push, you want to pull, this is where Git stores all of its configuration related to this your repository. So our task one said we should do what? We should create a project folder, and then we should initialize it. So what did we do? We ran mkdir. Mkdir means directory. And what is the name of that directory? Code track. Then what did we do? You cd into the code track. Just make sure, I showed you many times, make sure that you navigate into this code track. And once you do that, you initialize it with git init. How do you verify? You verify that this folder exists, .git. If we come back to my terminal, you see things like .git. So that tells you that this code track is now a Git repository. It's no longer an ordinary folders existing on your Windows operating system or your Mac. This is now tracked by Git, and the evidence is the presence of this new folder.git. So once you initialize a repository, run this command ls-la. ls means to list the content. So that shows you this. Oh, apologies for that. All right, so this is what we have. Now we have this as master. So our task 1 has been completed. So the next one is task 2. We configure Git identity. Now, let's talk about Git identity. What do we mean by Git identity? I'll take you down to the concept I asked you to look out for later. All right. So Git identity is the username or email address that Git attaches to every commit. Now remember that Git is a collaboration tool, which means that you are not the only person that is likely working on a repository. For what you have seen, when you got into DMI, we gave you a centralized repository, which was Praveen Mishra, you know the repository I'm talking about. So once you got that repository, everyone, you're not the only one repository. Your assignments, you do it in the README, you get your questions there, you get your solutions sheets there, you write in there. So the fact that we have more than 100 people having access to that same repository means that every activity that you do on that repository must be identified. So Git requires you to create an identity. Two things are needed: your name and your email address, so that every commit that you make would have an author's name. We have an email, we have date and time that you did a commit, we have a commit message and a unique commit hash. Now your name, we are going to configure this so that anytime you make a commit, you've been doing that. Anytime you make a commit, that commit is accredited to you, so that when we run git log, we can be able to identify who made what changes, when that changes was made, and why. Now the author's name tells you the person that made the changes. The email, that's how you reach that person. You send an email if there is anything you need to address. Then the date and time tells you when that commit was made. And then a commit message. This part is very important. Anytime you're making a commit, the message is very important because that tells your teammates what you have done. You don't just write any commit message that does not point to anything. Your commit message is a sharp summary, a one sentence summary of that changes that you have made. Let's say you modify README and added your credentials. Your commit might be git commit -m modified README and added my credentials, so that anyone that looks at the commit can see, oh, this was what was done, without having to go through that changes first. And then the unique hash is now the code. It's like a number that anytime you make a commit, it gets a hash. So that hash is like an identity. You use it to find one commit or the other when you're looking for those changes. It's very important for version history. So we are going to configure Git identity. And there are two identities in Git. The first one is your local configuration, and then the second one is your global configuration. Now, a local configuration applies to a Git repository. If we come back to our terminal here, we have this code track. So code track becomes an isolated repository inside my laptop, inside here. So any Git identity that I configure locally would only apply here. Now, in my own setup, I have my global identity as Joy Ukpabi, right? Now, if I'm working on this project and I do not want my identity to be Joy Ukpabi, if maybe I want it to be co-mentor Joy Ukpabi, because this project only relates to me as a co-mentor, not entirely as a DevOps engineer. So my Git local configuration would just be co-mentor Joy Ukpabi, so that any of the co-mentors coming to work on this code track, or any of the students coming to work on this code track, once they see my commits, they can tell that I was the person that made that commit. So the same thing applies to you. When you make a commit, one can tell who made that commit through a Git identity. So this part is very important. But there is a precedent in Git identity, Git configuration. Now, when you run Git local configuration, you have Git local 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 username dots. This okay, so let's do that now. So I'm gonna copy the command here. Now, know that when you're making this Git configuration, you have to be in the folder. Remember that the local configuration applies to one repository at a time. So this configuration is just for this code track. If I'm working on another project and I'm not working in the capacity of the co-mentor, I'm working just as myself. So I'm going to paste this here. Sorry, I didn't copy. So I'll take the command here. Let's come from this place. Task 2. So the local configuration. So this has a placeholder. So if you need this command, remember that this is a placeholder. You have to take it out. So I paste it and then I correct it. So my identity for this project would be co-mentor Joy Ukpabi. Right, so look at the git config, that's git configuration -- local user dot name. This is my name inside a quotation. If you miss this quotation, it's going to throw an error. So enter. All right, so I'm going to do the configuration for my email as well, because that those goes hand in hand. So git config local -- email, then you open a quotation mark, add your email address, and then you're good. So I paste it here, then I add my email using don't worry, this email is, don't send an email to this email, or just contact me on Discord. All right, at gmail.com. All right, so now we have, let's see whether the configuration is going to work. All right, so no errors. That means our configuration works. But because there is no error, we still have to confirm if it works. So we do global config -- list, so that we can see the configurations. So let's see, git config. All right, so if you look down here, username, co-mentor Joy Ukpabi, user email ukpabijoy81@gmail.com. So we have done the local configuration. Now I want to mention again that this configuration applies to this code track, this one, this particular project. If I exit this project now, let's see. If I exit this project and move into this one, I have other folders in here. I have other projects in here. If I move in here and run this command, you might get a different configuration. So what I'm saying in essence is that when you do a local configuration, local Git identity configuration pertains to that one individual repository that you're working on. So just take very note of that. So move to the third one. Now, remember that anytime that you want to do anything, the first thing to do is PWD. Confirm that you're inside the folder you're working on. In my case, this is code track. So confirm that you're inside code track repository before configuring Git locally. This is important because the local option only applies to repositories that you're currently working in. So this sets my name as a username attached to this project. This config local user.email confirms my email address as it pertains to this project. So that's why. Now, once we run this command, this command attaches your email address to every commit. I mentioned that before. And this is how version history records what you did. So we set up this local identity. Our output, like I showed you, is my email address showing there, and then my name. So the next one, task 3, is to configure Git identity globally. Now set Git identity at a machine level. When we mean globally, this up or whatever you're working with, this is a configuration that in case you're working on a project and you didn't set up your local configuration, Git will automatically assume this global configuration because there must be an identity configured to any project that you're working on. So if you don't have local configuration in your project, Git will automatically take this global configuration. So he said any repository on this computer that does not have its own local override will automatically use this identity. So if you did not set up local identity for your project, for that particular project, Git will take this one. So this is how we do it. The same thing applies. The only difference in the command is that this one is global. The other one had local to it. So let me clear my screen a bit so that we are on the same page. All right, so I do the same thing, change it to my name. I don't want to do this because I already have global configuration. But what I'm going to do is I will run this command so that you can see that my global configuration had been set already. Because if I do that, I would be overriding the one that I have done before. So I'll just run this command, git config global local list. So when you get to this part, I would advise that you run this command first to see if you had done this configuration before. It's possible that you have set your, oh, what just happened? Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. My laptop is telling me that I'm not. Okay. So, sorry, not this. Git config hyphen local list. So I get this command, this one. Username, not this, sorry. Okay, let me get it from here. You can't just memorize all commands. It's nearly impossible. But we try. Okay, so what I'm going to do is change this to global entity for my work. So, okay, so I have already configured this, my username Joy Ukwabi, my user email, this. So notice that the global configuration doesn't have comments attached to it. This is because this configuration is my global configuration for my machine, for my entire machine. Now, my credentials are stored here, but we'll get to that maybe probably in assignment 2 or 3. We'll talk about Git credentials. So I have my global list as Joy Ukwabi, and then my email. So for the purpose of this assignment, I know that since you've been pushing to GitHub, you probably must have configured this at some point. But if you haven't, the first thing to do, just run this command, git config hyphen global hyphen list. Then it will show you if you have a configuration. If you get nothing, then you have to do this configuration and then document it. So we move to the next task. which should be tags 3. All right. So what this confirms, PW, okay, I've talked about that. Git config local username. Okay, I've talked about that. So sorry about that. Okay, so git config global name sets the name Git will use for your commit in any repo on this machine, irrespective of any repo. This configuration is global. It means that whatever repository you're working on, it's going to assume this identity if you don't have a local identity set up. So why do we run this command? Global config provides a default identity for every repo on this machine, saving you from having to set username/user email manually every time you create a project. This is useful for personal or side projects. In this assignment, it is important to also understand precedence. Local config always overrides global config. So inside code track, the local identity set is Joy comment or Joy Ukwabi because we are doing different one now. Comment or Joy Ukwabi, which means that Git will automatically take my local config if I have it. But if I do not have it, it will assume the global identity. So this is the end of assignment 1, that's assignment 8. So like I said, I took time to give you Git fundamentals here, where you learn about Git initialization, Git directory. I already mentioned that is the heart of every repository. It's automatically created when you run git init. So this is not you running a command to create this. As soon as you initialize a Git repository, you get to see .git directory. And this is where Git stores your commit history, your branches, your tags, your configuration files, repository metadata, references to previous versions, information about the current branch, which is the head. So this is why you have to know this. Then hidden files. When I run ls-la, any file that starts with a dot, a period, is automatically hidden. It could be git ignore. That's why when we run that command, anything you don't want Git to track, it automatically go into .git. So, but when you run ls-la, it will list even the hidden files. If you run ordinary ls, it would not show you getting hidden files. So take your time to go through this. So that's the end of assignment 1. So if you are following me and you got a little clarity, give me a reaction so that we can move on to the next one. Let's see whether we are together or you've left me and slept off. All right, thank you. Okay, so that's for assignment 1. The essence of assignment 1 is just for you to understand what a Git repository is and how to configure your own identity, and for you to understand what local identity means and why it is different from global identity, for you to know when to do a local identity setup and when to assume global identity. If you're just working on your laptop, just doing your own projects, you can just leave your global identity. You don't have to configure it at all points. But if you're specific about a particular project, you do a local configuration. Remember that you must be in that Git repository when you do your local configuration. If you do it outside that repository, well, that's a wrong setup. So first thing first, do a PWD, that's print working directory. It tells you where you are, what path you are as at that point. Once you do that and you confirm that you are in your right repository, and then you initialize it with a git init, run ls-la to determine that the Git repository was actually initialized. Once you've done that, configure your local identity. All right, let's move on to the second assignment, which would be assignment 9 based on this. Okay. So assignment 9. You joined CodeTrack project and your manager wants a clean initial commit with startup product instruction in index.html, a basic deployment to an EC2 web server. All right. So the first one now, you've been given a simple project. Create a directory, initialize it as a Git repository, and then let Git start tracking it and configure your own identity. Now, this is time for you to do the real work. The real work is for you to create changes, allow Git to track it, and then deploy it. So we are going to do this assignment step by step, and then we'll see. All right, so that would be assignment 9, excuse me. Okay. All right, so this is the next one. So this assignment involves tracking. So we're going to learn about tracking. We'll learn about staging. We'll learn about committing, and then we'll deploy to EC2 instance. So this code track project would move from our local machine to the EC2, and we'll see our workflow step by step. So this assignment builds directly on assignment 1 by simulating a real work ticket inside existing code track project. It covers core day-to-day Git workflow like creating files, staging changes, committing with meaningful messages, verifying history, followed by a basic static website deployment to a live EC2 server using Nginx. All right, so let's start. So task 1 is verify Git setup and enter your repository. So first you need to confirm that you have Git. I'm not going to run this one because obviously I'm working on Git. But in your own case, please, if you have any doubt, just okay, let me just do it. It doesn't hurt. So let me clear my folder, my screen. So this is my Git version. This confirms that I do have Git bash, or I do have Git installed on my local, which is what I'm working with. So next one is to confirm my project where I am. So I told you that the easiest command to do is pwd. So this is where I am. Always look at the last part here. I am inside code track and I am in the master branch. So this is here, I'm in the master branch here. We'll talk about branching later when we want to start creating branches. So this confirms that indeed I am in the right repository where I want to work. So the next thing I would do is create index.html. So let me take you because we have a repository that we are working with. So task 2 here. So we've been able to navigate ourselves in here. So let's check Git status and then we'll move to task 2. Task 2 says create index.html and style.css. Create 2 user starter UI files and confirm that they both exist. So before we do that, we need a repository to work with, because I know that a lot of people will come back and ask, looking for the repository where I'm working. Please, that repository is in task 3. So this is the repository here. But before we do that, let us confirm something. Now, it is true that we have initialized this as an empty Git repository. There is nothing inside. Now, let's see if Git is tracking. Git status. On branch, what branch am I in? Master. Have I made any commits? No commits yet. And there is nothing to commit. Now, if there was anything that I have added in here, if there is any modification that I had done, it will have a different message here. I will have modified. So for this project, nothing. So my working tree is very clean. This should be your go-to command. 2 commands that you should not play with: pwd and git status. When you are troubleshooting, the very first thing to do is git pwd. Where am I? Am I even in the right repository where I am working? And then the second one would be Git status. What is the state of my repository right now? Do I have a commit? Do I have a modified file that I haven't committed? Or is there something I need to push? Because most times when a lot of people were trying to do a when they were trying to fetch from the upstream, they had so many changes that they modified and they were trying to pull. Git would not let you. Need to modify and push it and keep your working tree clean before you make an attempt to fetch from the upstream. But we'll see that in subsequent assignment. So now that we have confirmed that our working tree is clean, the next thing is to fetch the repository that we are going to work with. Now you have two options. You may choose to clone this repository or not. But I'm going to choose to clone it, and I'll show you the reason why I am cloning the repository. So I'm just going to click so that it can take me directly in here. So in this assignment, this is what we need. You open index.html. You just do Control A, you copy it. One. You come back here, we'll get to that stage of the assignment. You just do Control A, Control C, you copy it, and you're good. But I want to clone this repository into my machine. I will show you the reason I'm cloning it first. So let's copy the code first before we do that. All right, so I copy the code so I can clone it. So, like I said, PWD, where am I? I'm inside code track. So I'll git clone in here. Clone, because this is the file, the actual file that you want to work with. Okay, no, I won't clone inside here. I won't clone inside here. I don't need to clone inside here at all. Okay. I need to clone here or not? No, sorry. I need to clone inside the Git repo because I need the code track to have index.html and I need it to have style.css. So I need to clone inside. So please take note. CD code track. I hope my spelling is right. Okay, so I'm back inside here. Git clone. And I paste the URL. Oh, this is correct. All right, so when I run ls, now I have DMI code track starter assignment. Okay. All right. I was correct initially. I shouldn't have cloned here, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll move it. I'll move it. So this is what I wanted to show you. CD, I'll go into this. CD into it. I have ls. Sorry. I need to clean up my. Okay, so let me clean it just so that we can have a clean slate. Okay, so ls. Now I have these two. I have readme.md. I have index.html. I have style.css. So, oh, you guys should stop going out of this assignment. Now, PWD. Yes, I get the reason why I didn't want to. The reason why I didn't want to clone it inside a code track is because the code track here this assignment only needs index.html. So I only need index.html and style.css inside a code track. So, but I like to organize all my things inside the folder so that all my repositories are well kept and clean. So I have index.html, I have style.css. So I will create a folder, I'll create a file, index.html, and copy it and put it there. I'll create a file, style.css, copy it and put it inside here. That's I just like my things to be organized. Now there is readme here. I never do anything without reading the readme because this is where the instruction that you need is. Readme.md. So inside the readme, you get instructions on what the owner of this repository wants you to do. So you take your time to go through this. You will even get step by step on what you're supposed to do, your tasks, your commands, and all that. The README is always important, which is why I didn't want to go straight into or creating. What happened? Did I stop sharing? Okay, all right. So that's why I didn't want to just go straight into it. So let's clear the folder. All right, so now that I have this, I will go back to my code track. Oh, this is correct. Yeah, it's not correct. CD. Excuse me. I want to make sure that I have the right spelling. ls dots. Where is my code track? Okay, yeah, so this is it. I just want to make sure that I have the right stuff. All right, so ls, this folder is still, oh yeah, I did this inside code track. So sorry, I'm going to move this out of code track. I'm going to move this folder and move it in here. So let me copy this. Give me 1 second. Because this shouldn't be inside code track. The only thing I want inside code track is index.html and style.css. So yeah, because we have ChatGTP ready for us, so I'll just use Claude to create it. All right. But before you come to comment us, actually use the AI is available to you. They always help. I want to move introvert. What's the assignment again? I want to move DMI code track data assignment into code track folder. So what I'm trying to do is I just want you to help me put the command together. So you can do that anytime that you are facing such a challenge. So to the DMI Cohort 3 project. Cohort 3 project. Give me the command. So we are in the age of AI, so just know what you want to do and then allow it do it for you. It's as simple as that. So this is the command. From inside code track, just move it up 1 level. Okay. Into the parent. MV code track. DMI start assignments. Okay, all right. So I want this out of here. Okay, so ls. Code track is empty again. So in case I don't know if I confused you, but I'm going to explain what I just did. All right. So I always like my work to be organized inside one folder here. So this code track, I need to only have 2 things here, style.css and index.html, which is where our main folder is, which is where our work is, our index.html and style.css. So I want to create that empty files, then copy that code and put in here. So that's just basically it. I don't want you confused. What we do next now, we create index.html empty files using touch command. So when we run touch, you can choose to run it independently. Touch index.html, enter, touch style.css, enter, but that's just doing a lot of work. So you create the two folders together. So ls to confirm if they are there. So we have two files here. Files index.html, it's empty. Style.css is also empty. So the next thing to do is we are going to copy the code from what's it called, from GitHub. Is it here? Yes. So look at index.html. You just simply do Control A, Control C, you copy it, come back to your terminal. Now we can migrate to VS Code, but I personally prefer to work on Nano. So anyone that's easier for you is fine. Let's code dot. I prefer Nano because VS Code gives me a lot of interface. So we can go to VS Code. Let's just wait for it to pull up. I have another VS Code, so I'm going to close this one. Yeah, so this is my empty folder. You look at it, it's empty now. Style.css is also empty. So I paste the code that I've copied from GitHub. So I have it here. Look at this small dot here. It indicates that I have something that I pasted, but I have not saved it. When I do Control S, it disappears. So that when you're looking for your changes and you don't find it, ensure that you saved it first. So we go back, we copy style.css, right? Style.css. It opens here, Control A, Control C. We'll come back here and we paste it in the empty file that we created. Control V. So Control S. Saved. So these two files are what we need to work on this project. Now, anytime that you have this kind of file, this is a cheat. I added it for you here. You can see what this folder looks like before you made real changes. So you can see what this looks like before you made any changes at all attached to it. We're going to confirm that because once you start doing some modifications here, you would likely want to see it. So I'll bring you back here. In task 2, we have created index.html as an empty file. Then we created style.css as empty files too. We copied their code and input inside there. Now we have these two folders. So what do I have this? Now task 3 is to add a starter content. Now populate index.css with real starter content instead of leaving it empty. We've done that. So we've copied this, pasted it into your local index.html, copy style.css, you paste inside and you save it. So we are now going to have what we are working with. So look at it here. I've shown you live. So the next thing we are going to do is to track this folder. Now let's see. Initially, we created an empty folder. We ran git status and we got that our working tree is clean. Let's try that again. Git status. Our working tree is no longer clean. On the branch master, this master branch, we haven't made any commits yet, but we have two untracked files here, index.html, style.css. We haven't added it to commit. So this stage, once you have initialized Git and you save anything inside that repository, Git begins to track it. Remember that we have ls-la and we got a .git. So Git begins to track this particular thing. So we now have two files that are modified inside our repositories, but we haven't committed it yet. So that's why it said nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Please, when you run any command, try to read the output. The more you read the outputs, the more you begin to understand it. This is written in plain English language, and they're actually easy to understand. So you track, Git is not yet tracking it, but we have modified it. It's in here. So we git add to track. Git is not yet tracking. Once you do git add, you start tracking. You've added it to staging area. So let's see. So the next thing we are going to do is we do git add dots. This dot here represents your current working directory. So this is a very whenever you want to run this command, you have to be very careful, because when you run git add dot, Git is going to add everything that is inside that current directory into the staging area. So if you don't want, you can have maybe 4 files: index.html file, style.cs file, screenshots, and you want Git to only track index.html. You don't want it to track screenshots. So what you can simply do is the name of that file. Git add the name of that file. Anytime you want to use git add dots, ensure that everything within that present directory, it is what you want to commit. In our case, we have 2 files here, index.html and style.css, and we want Git to track these 2 files. So if we use git add dots, we are actually right, because that's our intention. So we run the command, we check git status again. Once you run git status, something has changed. Here we have untracked file in red. It said changes to be committed. On branch master, no commit. Changes to be committed, use git rm dash dash cached file. If you want to unstage this, if for whatever reason you do not want this to, you don't want to add this to staging anymore, you want to return it here, you run this command, git rm, that's to remove this cached file. You put the name of the file, name of the file, then you close quotation. Git will now take it out of here. But because we want to commit this, we check git status to ensure that this has moved from untracked file to here. Git is now tracking, but we haven't saved the snapshot of it yet. We haven't committed it yet, but Git is tracking now. So what do? We do git commit. Now, like I mentioned earlier, when you want to commit to Git, ensure that you use a very good message. Ensure that you are commit. So task 5 is git commit. Make sure your first commit is with a meaningful message. That message is important. It is a very minimized summary of what you just did, the activity you just did, the changes that you just made. That is very important. So in my case, I'm gonna use this one, git commit -m initial UI scaffold. I added index.html and style.css. So I run this command. So this is git commit. I want to clear my screen, but I want my git status to continue to show. Git status. All right. So this command git commit. Commit means to save, permanently saved. Here git is tracking it quite all right, but it hasn't saved. It hasn't taken a snapshot of it. So git takes a snapshot. Snapshot, just like when you take a picture. Pictures are still moving pictures. If you're a movie maker, you can always know this. When you take a picture, you take a snapshot and it stays like that. Git takes the current state of your repository. So when we commit, it means that we are satisfied with these 2 files. We've modified it to however we want to do it. So we want to save it now. So git commit. Now, when you run git commit, look at the commit messages here. Git creates a hash. First of all, it tells you where the commit was made. We're in the master branch, and we did a commit. The commit goes to the master branch. Sorry. The commit goes to the master branch. Now, it created something numbers. We call this hash. So this hash is like an identity, an ID, a number attached to every file or every commit, every file that you make. So we have a hash here for index.html and for style.css. So if we check our Git status again to see, we expect our working tree to be clean. Git status. So on branch master, which is where we are, nothing to commit, working tree is clean. In this place, we have two files that are staged. They haven't been committed yet. Here we've committed them and our working tree is now clean. So that brings us to the end of task. What task are we working on here? Task 5. Now the next thing we are going to do is we're going to modify index.html and make a second commit. Now Git is already tracking your files. Now you want to make changes. Remember that we are different DevOps engineers working on this project. Each of us, I'm working on this, I'm working on index.html. You're also working on it, you're making commit. So now I want to actually make changes again in an already committed file. This file has been committed already. Now I want to make changes to it, and Git would also track it. Remember that Git is a version control tool. So whenever I make a commit, I create one version of this. I add something to the history. I have made changes, and these changes Git will take acknowledge it. So let us make changes and modify index.html. Let's see the instruction from Udemy. So that will be task 5. So the instruction says you will modify index.html file. Open index.html file in your browser and review the starter page. Read the instruction comments inside index.html. Change your student name. These are things that you're supposed to do. You will change student's name and group as instructed. Save index.html file. Now, before we make those changes, I want us to do something first. I want us to see what the index.html file looks like before we make those changes. Okay, so let's see. Where is GitHub? So index.html file. Sorry. Why can't live server view this? All right, so this is not live yet. So this is my index.html. I'm viewing it over the browser. So that when you make your changes, before you go to EC2 and start deploying, and then you come back and say, oh, I have deployed, oh, I didn't see my name, I didn't see all that. So this is the state. This is what our index.html look like. By the time you've done your modification, you'll see your name here. You'll see your group. Then let's see whether there's any further instruction. So that's just about it, your name and your group. So you have to find this first. Then by the time we come back and we've made our modification and Git is already committed, we'll come back here and check if those changes reflect before we deploy it in the cloud. So let's get back to our work. So let me take you back to what I did. You just right click here. If you have live server, I don't know why my live server is not showing, but you can just say review in File Explorer. You click on it, it will bring you to your File Explorer. You open it, double click, you open it. So this is how you will view it on your local machine first. Ensure you do this before you go straight into your deploying in EC2. All right, so let's get back to it. Now we're going to modify index.html file. We'll find our name here. If you're on VS Code, just use Ctrl F. Instead of you to start looking, finding where your name is. So let's use this. Your name should be something here. Right. So just type in your name. I search, it brought me here. So it says here, your full name there is a placeholder. So you replace this with your name and your group. So this is it here. I took a screenshot so that when you start looking for it, if running Control F doesn't work for you, I took a screenshot and I mapped it here so that you can know where your modification is. So Control F will simply just populate it. Please, when you're making modifications, try not to make sure that you're not scattering the arrangement. Just observe it very well. So what is my name here? My name is Joy. So I'm gonna put it here. So Joy Ukbabi. Okay. So let's add comments or Joy Ukbabi in case there's another Joy Ukbabi. You never can tell. All right. Comment or Joy Ukbabi. And then we now have my group. I think the comments of group 2. Group 2 people are doing, you guys should continue to put in the work. So group 2. All right. So if you look at this place, you see that there is this white dot here, which means that I made changes, but I haven't saved it. Most times when you do this, you come back and view index.html file, look at review in File Explorer. Open it here. My changes are not showing because I didn't save. So please ensure that you save before you come back and get agitated that you don't see your changes and start causing yourself stress. So please ensure that you save. So I come back to this place, Control S, will save. Then now let's see whether my changes will show. So I review in File Explorer. If you have live server, you would also be able to view it from here. So look at it here. Comment or Joy Ukbabi is here, group 2. So I have done all my changes. Now, if there are other things regarding this website that you still need to modify, you're working on your local system, this works. So once you make those changes and you're satisfied with them, before you deploy it into your EC2 server, you just come back here and confirm that all looks well on your local machine before you go to the cloud. So now that I have done this, it doesn't mean that Git has acknowledged my changes. What it means is that I made some modifications. What do? I check Git status. So what is Git tracking? You see, I modified index.html. Git said I made some changes not staged for commit, so I have these changes made. Git acknowledges it, but Git is not yet tracking. So let me add it to staging so that Git can begin to track it. So I go. So now I can clean my screen. All right, so I run Git status. I always want to know what is happening behind closed doors. So Git status, then I run Git add index.html. So I check Git status again, whether Git has acknowledged my staging. So I have modified Git index.html file. Now Git is now tracking, but I haven't saved it completely yet. So what do? I use Git commit to do this. So that's our second commit. So I want to pick up our commit message. All right. So Git is tracking already. So like I gave you an extra hand here in case you don't see review in Explorer. You can install live server. You just come here and click on extension. You come here, look at VS Code extension. Anything you want to install from VS Code, and VS Code has its an extension. You can find it here. See, live server. I think I already have it installed. I don't know why. Live server. So this is a live server. This one, the read weekday. So I have it installed already. So you click on it. See, I have it installed here. So you install it. So you install it here. If it's not installed, just click on install. Once you're done installing, let me a page for you to view this. Just give it time. So the same thing. You can review in Explorer or you can install Live Server. Either ways, but the essence of this is to allow you to be able to see your changes before you start moving to the cloud. So the processes are there. Now, having done that, we'll move to the next one. So we've checked, we've added. Now we are going to commit. So let's commit with a meaningful message. Make sure that you're committing with something that your teammate can look at and they're like, oh, this is what he did. Okay. What are you doing? Looks like what? Looks in the comment terminal. Okay. All right. So Git it has committed now. Git commit update. That's our updated homepage context. So Git status again, which is our go-to command. Then we'll see our working it has been committed. So I clear my screen. Now remember that all of these things are still working on my local system yet. I haven't connected to my remote, which is GitHub. We'll get there. So now that these changes have been done, that's been pushed and committed, now let's do something. We're going to check our log. Remember that Git records all the history of the things that you have done. So we'll do git log minus minus online or hyphen hyphen online if you would. So I copy this command, I come here and I run it. So git log shows you your commit history. So look at my first commit, look at my commit date homepage context, which was the first one that I did, CTA. Then the second one is UI scaffold. I added index.html and style.css. So these git log hyphen hyphen one line gives you a summarized output of of all your commits. So this is a way for you to check your commits. So that works. Now let's move to the next task, which is confirm the history now shows two commit. Yeah, that's it. So this is the core real world reasons multiple commits exist. One commit for scaffolding the project, a separate commit for a separate content change. This separation makes history easier to read, review, and roll back. If this later change needed to be done, it could be reverted without touching the original scaffold commit. So this is why when you run this command, you can see your commit history. So git log hyphen hyphen online shows you two entries. This is just me breaking it down. This one, these numbers here, shows you that this is the master. Then this is the second commit that I did. Master has moved forward to point at a new commit, which is this number, while the original commit remains permanently in history below it. 98, this is the command according to the other things that I did. So the next one now is we're going to deploy to EC2 instance using Nginx. Now remember that this code project was given to you by your team. Now you're done working on it. The team now wants you to move the code, go deploy this website in EC2 so that it can serve your users. The first thing that you have done is that you have allowed Git to track this project. You have made some changes, you have adjusted it. Now the next thing that you want to do is to move it. Now the left server, like I said, will allow you view these changes, preview these changes first. This is why this is important. Before you move it to the cloud, these changes should have existed. If you make these changes in the cloud, Git, the changes will exist, yes, but Git is not tracking it because your repository is not inside Ubuntu machine. So if you make these changes or let's say when you were modifying, you added your name, you forgot to add your group, and you have deployed in EC2. So you come back and you say, oh, what do I do? Yes, give or take, you can go to index.html and edit it and add your group there, redeploy it, you reload Nginx, and then you will see your output. Good and fine. But then remember that you didn't do that inside Git repository. So Git is unaware of these changes. So if you want Git to track those changes, you have to come back to your local machine, make those changes, commit it to Git, and then copy this into your EC2 instance again. That's the procedure. So now let's see how deployment is going to happen. All right, before I start deploying, let me come back to the meeting and see if you guys have left me and slept off, because that's always one of my fears. Am I talking to myself? Are my people sleeping? So let me see. So if you're awake, please just give me a thumbs up or any reaction. All right. Okay. We are together. All of us are awake. Okay. All right. So let us now go to the deployment. Now pay attention to this part very well. I know that you did your first deployment last week. You ran into some errors. You were not able to see changes. Your Nginx was not loading. A lot of things were. So this will give you another chance to watch me do it, for you to learn some of those things, so that when you run into such error, you know what to do and how to fix it. So let's do that again. Now we're going to provision an EC2 instance. I will not launch an EC2 instance. This guide here that I put here will take you to the last assignment where I gave you details on how to deploy an EC2 instance, but I'll show you again just to recap. So we are going to deploy an EC2 instance. I won't be deploying, but I'll show you process because of some of the errors that you guys ran into. I have an EC2 provisioned already, and that's the one that I will use. But let's assume that I want to deploy a new EC2 instance. So I go to instances, I launch instance. All right, so I'll call this project. It's project. Then I'll come here and choose my operating system here. I want an Ubuntu. If you pick it's not that you cannot use any of this. Any operating system that you pick, the command changes. The package manager changes. For Ubuntu, package manager for Ubuntu is apt. So package manager for Linux is yum. So instead of if you're using Ubuntu, you run sudo apt update, you update. If you're using Amazon Linux, you do sudo yum. Yeah, I'm not very confident with this, but use yum sudo yum install or something like that. So I'm choosing Ubuntu because that's the package manager. That's the AMI image I want to use. We'll stick with this instance T3 micro. So I'm doing this because some of you may have pulled down your instance, so you need to create a new one. So T3 micro is enough to use for what we want to do. 2 CPU, everything is cheaper and it is free. So we do that. Now here, you come back to your key pair. Without this key pair, you're not going to do the next step that we're about to do, because this key pair is going to allow us copy our code from local machine, what we just created, our code track that we created and Git is tracking. We need to move it to EC2 instance. So without this key pair to authenticate you, you would not be able to do that. So you create your own key pair, or use an existing one. I have an existing key pair, so I'll assume that I'm using this. Then in my network setting, very, very important. Now, you see here, there is a subnet. Auto assign public IP address is disabled here. So, and these things are important. So I come here, I click edit. Then I will choose my VPC. For now, you're using your default VPC. When we go deeply into AWS cloud, you'll learn how to create everything from scratch, how to create a VPC, what a VPC is, what a subnet is, why you need each of them. I'm not going to be explaining it because I don't want to make everything bulky. And this is about Git. So you pick your VPC. I have like 2 more VPC here. So I'll pick this one. This one already has a subnet attached to it. Then very important, I click on this, I enable IP address. Without this, you create your EC2 instance, yes, but it will not have an IP address. If you run into such issue, there is a way to rectify it. You just create an elastic IP address and attach it to your EC2. Again, you learn it in AWS. But if you run into such issue, if you can't fix it, just say hi to any of the co-mentors and we'll guide you. So security group will select it. I have an existing security group. So I'll select that security group, which is Epic Read. If you don't have an existing security group, you go to EC2, go to security group and create it. Come back and refresh this page. Click on it. You see a list of security groups. You select it. So once you are done, leave every other configuration because these are enough. We are not using S3 as a file system. We're not using FSX. So just leave it like this and launch your instance. Like I said, I'm not launching instance because I already have a running instance. But I did this because of people that may want to launch instance again. So I go to my instance. Then I pick up the instance that I want to. I have only one instance running here. So my instance is stopped. Yes, I stopped my instance. So I need to restart my instance because the reason I had to stop my instance was that I'm trying to save. Oh, hell no. I'm trying to save my I'm trying to save my AWS credits. It's already running low. I think I have 40 something. So I'll do here, come to instance state, select this. Instance state, and then I'll start instance. Once you start this instance, your IP address is going to change. So when this IP address changes, what it means is that if you had an IP address that this instance had before, it's going to change. So wait for here until it is done initializing. So while we are waiting, let me take us back to the configuration that EC2 instance has. On security, this EC2 instance has 2 rules. In the inbound rule, I come here and I click this place. Then I see to inbound rule, edit inbound rule. SSH allows me to connect to from my local machine, from my remote to my local machine. So this protocol must be enabled, and I peg this at anywhere. It could be my IP, but I want to be able to log in from anywhere. And the reason it's better not to be my IP because this IP address changes. The way I restarted this computer now, the IP address is going to be different. Then HTTP allows users to connect through port 80. So you enable this. Anytime that sometimes the very first thing when you get a 404 error and firewalls restriction, always come and check your inbound rule first. If you check your inbound rule, if it doesn't have this setting, you create this add rule, create HTTP, select the source as 0.0.0, which is anywhere IPv4, and save it. If you're still having the same issue, check whether Nginx has the right permission and give it permission 755. We'll get to all that. So this is what we have. Let's go back and see if our instance has finished initializing. So our instance is running now, but it's still waiting. So let me reload and see whether it has initialized. Right, so our instance is ready. So let us log in. I'll come back here to connect. It's easier to do this. Connect, go to SSH client down here. I'll copy this command because I want to do this from Git. So I run here, come back to this place, and find where my key is. So where is my key? I want to leave this place like this. So let me find my key terminal. All right, so live server is at 5,000. Okay. All right, so this is my path. I need to go back and find my path. I could just do /. Okay, so I have it inside my downloads, cd downloads. That's where my PEM key is. So if you need to run that command, you must be in your downloads. ls, let's find the key. Oh, there's so many things here. Okay, let's find my key. Yeah, this is the key. epicread.perm. So this is the day I created it. So now that I'm sure that my key exists here, I run this clear. All right, so I run my SSH command. Okay, enter. We wait. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. All right, so I'm logged into my EC2 instance. So I'm logged into my EC2 instance now. So when you log into your EC2 instance, now this EC2 instance here, I use this for deployment. So naturally it's not empty. It's not empty, but I still want to clear. I need to update my server and upgrade it to see if there is any package list. In case I want to install something, I need to make sure that I'm installing the latest version. So I don't want this network interruption. I have a bigger problem. Okay, so now that I'm inside my EC2 instance, so what do I do? Sudo apt update. If you remember the last time that I did a deployment, there was something in Nginx configuration that allowed me anytime that my server is rebooted, that whatever I deploy does not go down. If you remember that, just commit it in your head and see whether you can remember one aspect of the configuration that allows your server, your application to survive a reboot. This just happened now, so just think about it, but I'll tell you before the end of the class. So we have 6 packages can be upgraded. So I run sudo. If I want to see those packages, I'll just run sudo apt list hyphen upgradables, but I don't really have the time now. Sudo apt upgrade -y. All right, so no virtual machine guests are running outdated hypervisor. No user session are running outdated binaries. So this has been cleared. So the next thing that I do is let me confirm this inside the home directory. This is actually a very busy place. I have the code track, the initial code track. That's what is deployed on this machine. Then I have the previous portfolio website, my React, and then .zip. So this is what Nginx is serving now. Now, let me even check if Nginx is still active because this is a server that I'm reusing. So normally if this is clear, if this is an empty new EC2 instance, you install Nginx. I put it in the documentation so that I don't get confused. So sudo systemctl status nginx nginx sudo systemctl status nginx. So let's see. Nginx is active and running. You see it here. Since Saturday, that's last week when I did it. Okay, 7 minutes ago rather, when I restarted. So Nginx is active and running. So I will check if my Nginx configuration is okay. Nginx -t. So Nginx syntax is okay, but Nginx PID failed, 13 permission denied. So what this means is that configuration config test also failed. So there is a syntax error in my configuration. But since I'm clearing this all over again, I'm going to fix that. So Nginx, once you run this command, oh, I double run the command. So give me a sec. Let's do this. Let me be sure of my error. Nginx -t. Sudo Nginx minus. I'm just an Ubuntu. I'm not a root user. That's why it's denying me. But still okay. So my syntax is okay and the text is successful. It means that my configuration is right. The reason I got permission denied then was I didn't run it with sudo, because here I am just a user called Ubuntu. I am not a root. If I want to switch to root, I'll run sudo su hyphen. It will turn me to root. Then if I want to come back as Ubuntu, but we'll not get into that. So my syntax is okay. My configuration is okay. That means this server is ready to get my new deployment. So back to this place now. If you don't have EC2, this is the guide where you do that. Now the second step is to install Nginx or verify. What I did was verify because this is an EC2 instance already serving a website. So I just had to verify if Nginx is running. But if you're doing it new, I said for students launching a fresh EC2 instance, you run sudo apt update and upgrade, you install Nginx, you check Nginx status. This node pager just removes extra information. Then sudo Nginx -t. You must be able to get that your syntax is okay, configuration is okay, and Nginx is active and running. So that's about it. Then the next one, we are going to copy this from our local machine to our EC2. Now, what are we copying? We told Git we are working on a project, which is so we are working on this code track project, and we need to copy this code track into EC2. It doesn't exist there, so that Nginx can serve it. So this is how we are going to do it. So you come back here. There are two ways that you can do this. There are two ways to make sure SCP can find both your computer. Now you need two things here. You need your perm key and you need the code. That's the folder that you want Nginx to serve. You want to push your EC2. These two things must be in the same directory. Let me come to you, Zoom, so that I can be looking at our fine faces. Please give me a thumbs up if you're still here with me, so that I can know, because I want you to get this part very well. Thank you. So if you want to copy with SCP means securely copy. You want to copy your file from your local machine into your EC2. There are two things that you need. One, your perm key, and two, your folder, the folder you want to copy. Now, this perm key, when you use SCP means securely copy. This perm key is what is going to authenticate you, give you the authorization to be able to move something from your local machine into your EC2. So you need your perm key to be in the same folder where your code track or whatever folder you want to move is. Now, when you downloaded your perm key went straight in the download folder. It doesn't exist inside code track or inside a folder where code track is. Two things you can do. One is you can move your perm key from the folder where it is to where the folder where code track is, so that two of them can align, or you can provide a full path of your perm key so that you can add it to SCP command. I will show you both ways so that you can choose whatever works for you. So the first one is you open your File Explorer, navigate to the folder where your perm key is, and copy the path of that perm key. We'll do that together now. So my perm key is inside my download folder. So I'll come here and find my key. I think I called it reads. epic read, right? Yeah, so this is it. So I right click here. Sorry. I right click, then I'll see properties, or you can copy as path. Once you copy as path, it copies the entire PMK. Let's come and put it in my notepad and see what we have there. So Control V. So this is the path of my PEM I'm going to provide it for the SCP command. Another way to also copy it is you open the PEM key, click on it. Sorry, you right click, you see properties. Once the properties open, look at location. You copy the location here. The same thing. Copy as path, copy location. The exact same thing. If I put it here, you find out that it is the same. So that's the same path. The only difference is that this did not include the PEM key's name, but this provides the location where the key is. This is going to be important as we move on. So now that we've been able to copy our PEM key, I put a screenshot here for you to easily identify it. Now we are going to, sorry. So we paste the key directly into the SCP command. I'll explain this SCP command carefully. So I copy it here. Let's arrange it in my notepad. So this is the command. I'll explain the command, Control V. So SCP -I, this is the location, this is your PEM key path, what we just copied as path. Then -R recursively means, recursively is copy everything inside this code track, both files and both folders, copy everything. And where are we taking it to? Our Ubuntu machine. So we are taking it here and we'll put it here. But in my case, I'm going to change because I've already renamed this folder. This is a code track. But the PEM key remains the same. This is the PEM key that I used. So this remains the same. The EC2 instance remains the same. Remember that I didn't launch a new EC2 instance, but I stopped the instance and the IP address changed. So I'll come back to my EC2 instance. I'll copy the IP address. So the new IP address is this, 18.153. So this is what happens anytime that you change, you stop your instance. When you restart it again, AWS is going to assign a new IP address to it. So I come back here, I replace it with the new IP address. So Control V. So I replace it with a new IP address. Now this is my new IP address now. So this command is ready. So now I don't need to move my PEM key because I copy the full path of my PEM key. So I take it here. Now I'll come back to the folder. This is my folder, code track, PWD. This is code track. This is what I want to move. So I put this command here. SCP, what I told SCP, securely copy. Use this PEM key in this folder, in this path, and copy everything inside code track to this EC2 instance. So, hold on, there is an error. I need to correct this. This is no longer code track. This has changed the folder in code track. Code track. Let me verify that in the same name is the same. So, yeah. No such file. Yes, because no such file or directory. Okay, cd dot dot. The reason is because I'm trying to copy code track while I'm inside code track. So I need to move to the folder where code track exists. So this is the code track here. So I'll just copy the command here. I put it here. Command not found. What is wrong with my command? SCP. Okay. So let me, oh my God, my laptop is slow. Okay, let me see why my command is wrong. And let's use a chat HTTP to correct it. So I don't have the time to start fixing it myself. So I will just say, correct this command for me. Correct this command. Here. So this is how I use AI. All of us do use AI. So the identified error is okay. Oh, I copied the prompt, part of the prompt, which was the $sign. I copied it. That's why. That's why. Okay. So we'll just give it some time. So it's beginning to copy. So I'm going to step out for a second while this continues to copy. Okay. So let's watch everything copy into our EC2. All right, so it appears that we are done with the copying is successful now. So we have finished copying. We've used SCP command to copy from our EC2, from our local machine to our EC2. Now let's go to EC2 and confirm if it is there. So I think I have my EC2 open here. So I run ls. So what do I have? So I have code track. So let me move into code track and see. cd code track. cd code track. ls. So I have my index.html and style.css. Very easy peasy. So all you just need to do is to copy the path, put it in your SCP command. So let me show you the error in my SCP command so that when you're doing why it told me it failed. Look at my command very well here. You see that there's extra $sign here. When I was copying it from this place, I accidentally copied the extra command. That was why when I ran it, it flagged me as no command found. So as soon as that extra dollar was removed, it was correct. So SCP this. So just, know why the error is there. So we've been able to copy to EC2 now. The next thing to do is to deploy it. Now remember that our Nginx folder is not empty.
Hello guys, am I audible? Okay. Comment Joy have a network issue. And let's have a break now. And after that, we can continue. So now the time is 3:30 p.m. for me. Let's have a 30 minutes break. And after that, we can continue. And I'm not putting the timer here. You can come back after 30 minutes. Okay. Okay, I think some of you haven't heard me. Commented Joy have a network issue. So we are going to have a lunch break now, lunch break or breakfast or something. And after that, we can join. Okay, I will take the attendance after the break. We are usually taking the attendance after the break. It is half an hour, 30 minutes. Guys, I can see you are still here. Please go and have your lunch or breakfast. Comment Joy will come back. Hello everyone, welcome back. And your comment Joy is here. First of all, let's take the attendance. Okay, let me admit people in the waiting room first. Okay, people are still coming. Let's wait for them. Okay, I'm going to take the meet attendance now. Guys, can you see the poll? Please vote quickly so we can start again. Oluwa Bulmi, are you not coming from your system? No breakout sessions. You are in the main room. Okay, if you're back, please vote in the poll. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. Okay, I'm going to end the poll now. Okay, Joy is here and her network is stable now. We can start again. Joy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we can start again.
All right. Hello, everyone. Apologies for the glitch that I had. So let's get back to it. So recall that we stopped where we wanted to transfer. Please give me a reaction if you can hear me. I want to be sure that I'm audible enough. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to share my screen again, and then we'll see where we'll continue from there. So before I left, what we did was we tried to copy everything from our local machine to our EC2 machine. So from here, you could see that the action worked. Everything has been copied. See our index of HTML and style.css. So if we come to our EC2 machine here, so we see our file code track. So which means that we have our source code from here. We've moved it into our EC2 instance. So the next thing we're going to do, so I told you that we have two methods of doing this. The first one was to copy the full path of the perm key. The second one is to move your perm key from the folder where it is down into your project folder. So this command would help you. So what this command means, mv, this is the path where the perm key is. You know, the first time we copied it from File Explorer. So you copy it from here, and then this is the folder where I'm taking it into. So you copy the full path of the perm key for perm key. Then you copy the path of where you want to transfer it to. Once you move that, you just do ls. ls will show you just sitting into that folder where you copied it into. ls, and then you'll find your folder, and then you'll find your .perm key in the same folder. From there, you use SCP to copy it into wherever you want to copy it to. All right, so having done that, let's move back to our deployment. So here, let's check our Nginx system CTL, sudo system CTL, because here I'm not a super user. So sudo system CTL status Nginx, Nginx. So you see that our Nginx is still a high-performing web server is still active. Still active here. Look at the process ID. All right, so I'll clear my screen right now. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to clear Nginx root folder and then move our source code into Nginx so that Nginx will stop serving my React app and then start serving this code track. So let's see. This is our pre-deployment. I have done this one. I've checked and Nginx is active and running. Then I've checked it and our configuration is right. So let us see what Nginx is serving. I know that this is serving either my React app or one of those websites, but let's confirm. So you look at it here. When we run the chmod command, what we did was we gave Nginx permission. Nginx became the root folder for this file. This is index.html, but not for code track. This is for either my React app or any other application. So this is not for code track. So I'm going to do this. I will clear this Nginx root folder, which is var/ww/html. So I will clear this root folder here and then transfer the contents of code track into this place. And then we'll restart Nginx as our web server. So we can also confirm, we can call localhost and also say that we are still good. So the essence of doing all of these things is to, sorry. So this is it. When we run this command here, we just want to check the health status of our local host. Here, HTTP return 200, which is okay. Our web server is Nginx. We deployed this last week, Saturday. The content is HTML. And then, so this is what we have. Currently this website is live, so we're going to reconfigure this in a way that this no longer serves this, but serves us a different application. So when you want to deploy, these are the certain things that you must do. First, you have to ensure that your web server is still active and running by checking sudo systemctl status nginx. Then when you've done that, you check your nginx configuration file. Nginx -t must tell you that syntax is okay, and then your configuration is clean. After you do that, you check the local host and see what Nginx is serving. So when all of these things proves okay and all your configurations are clean, then you can go ahead and start deployment. But if this is a new EC2 instance, the protocol is you install Nginx, you make sure that Nginx is live on the web server, you also ensure that it is running on your EC2, then you check the configuration. So this is the protocol that you have to follow. So the next thing to do is to move this to Nginx root folder. Now this sequence of command here, we already know what this does. When you run sudo rm -rf, I'll run them one by one so that we get a little bit of clarity. So what we did was sudo, we are using this as a super user. If you are logged in as a root, you will not be able to do this. So you run this. If there is no output, that means this worked well. So we're going to copy this into our root folder. Sorry, excuse my environment. Please give me a reaction if you can still hear me. All right, so this is code track. I'm going to correct it. Code track. So we are copying it into var/ww/html, and then we are going to change the permission. Now, you would argue that when I roasted my React app, I have done all this configuration. I had changed Nginx and made www.data into the root, made it the user. And then chmod, I also configured the permission to 755. But all of these things would change here because this code track has moved. It has moved from my local machine, and permission ownership may have changed. So it doesn't hurt for you to run this command again. So what I'll do is I'll copy this. So I'm going to copy this into Nginx root folder. So come here, then I run the command. Sudo cp -r means recursively copy everything inside this folder, both files, both folders, copy everything into var/ww/html. So once we do that, then the next thing is, the next thing we are going to do is to give Nginx permission and then give it. So these two commands will do that. All right, so we've been able to change the permission. We've also been able to change the ownership and make www.data to be the owner of this file. So code track is in sync. So what we'll do next is we're going to check our configuration to see if the syntax is all right, and then we'll check the contents of Nginx root folder. So we come here and we check Nginx -t. I'm still getting this. Sorry, Claire. The reason I'm getting this is still my test is failing. Claire, all right. Hold on. Sudo Nginx -t. The reason it failed is because it didn't fail, but I don't have the permission to do this. So when I got the permission using the super root user, then I'm able to do that. So sudo Nginx -t, syntax is okay, and all my configuration tests came out successful. So what do I do next? I restart my So I'm going to restart Nginx now. Sudo system ctl restart Nginx. Sudo system ctl restarts Nginx. So no output means that there is no error. So the next thing is I want to view what is inside this folder. This is Nginx root folder now. So I want to ensure that my code that I copied into it is still right. So I'm gonna do this. So I have my index.html and I have my style.css. So everything appears to be going well. So the next thing I will do is to find out if everything worked well. So call localhost to validate my server, and then we'll now go to my server to find out if we are live. So let's see. Let's check from the terminal first. Sorry, call localhost. I need to get a command. All right, so look at it here. Our server is Nginx and HTTP test is 200 OK. Our deployment is July 18th, that's this morning. And then the content is text.html. All right, so our moment of truth. Let us go to our web server and see if our deployment worked. So I'll copy my IP address. I'll come here. HTTP. So you see, so we are live. All of the changes that I made in the index of HTML is populated and it's here. So all of that. So our deployment has happened. And like I said before, if I make any changes on this code right inside EC2 instance, Git will not track it because this is not a Git repository. So if I need to do any changes, I go back to my local machine, which is in here. I make all my changes. I add it to staging area. I commit it. I push, and then I come back. I copy it using sct command into my EC2 instance. So we are live here, and everything seems to be fine. So let me come back to the meeting. So if you're still with me and you haven't slept off, please give me a reaction. Let's know that we are all doing this together. All right. So that ends it for assignment 2. Thank you. So, all right. So that ends it for assignment 2. We are together. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is we move on to the next one, which is assignment 3. So this assignment 3, we're not going to waste time here because it's really something very small. So 9, we've done 8, 9. So move to 10. Assignment 9. So we'll move on to assignment 10. All right, so we're going to learn something new again about Git, which is branching. Now, everything that we've been working on, we've been on one branch, which is called master. That's the main Nginx, that's the main Git branch. So we're going to learn how to create a feature branch. Now, recall that when you have a code base and you're working as a DevOps engineer, you're not the only one that has access to that code base. You have other DevOps engineers working with you. You may have software engineer developers using the same repository. Now, when you create your own copy, when you make a fork and create your own copy, you still need to do extra thing by creating a branch that allows you to modify change, edit, delete, do all of your work without affecting the main code base. So we're going to learn how to create these branches and how to learn how to work using it. So I am back to my local machine. So I'm out of EC2 instance right now. I am back to my local machine here. So let me clear my screen. So let's get back to our folder. So I have to do PWD to find out where I am. So you see that I'm not in my right project folder. So I'll just go in here, check ls, cd code track. CD code track, ls. So this allows me to confirm that I am inside my code track. Now let's see the state of this repository first. Git status. So on branch, I am on the master branch. My working tree is clean because this is what my working clean is supposed to look like before I start creating my own branch. So So, oh, okay. Okay, this assignment we just finished with. Sorry. So we're moving to the next one, which is 11. All right. So I'm wondering that they all look identical. Sorry, give me a moment to find it. All right. So we are done with this, where we deployed. I just want to make sure that branching and workflow. Okay, give me a sec. I think we are still on track. Give me one moment, please. Sorry, guys, just give me a moment. I need to find something. Branching. Branching. Oh no. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen now. Sorry for that. I was looking for something, so I found it. All right, in our next assignment now, we are going to learn branching. Like I mentioned before, we're going to learn branching, how to add and verify a contact page. So what we're going to do right now is first, we need to verify our Git status. So like I've done here, our working tree is clean. So we can now be able to create a branch from it. And now what do we mean by branching? Branching is like a copy. In the morning when Sir Pravin was giving us an helicopter view, he mentioned something in the line of that Git is an iteration of a copy. So if you have a copy of something, Git allows you to create the exact same copy of that thing that you have through branching. So branching allows you to create a copy of a code base. So we're going to learn how to create that branch now and then work on our branch instead of the main. You don't want to do it. All right. Sorry, give me a moment. My screen is frozen, so just give me a moment for it to normalize. Thank you. I don't know. Just give it a moment, and I think okay. All right, so we're back. Take this off. All right. So the first one we are going to do is we are going to create a branch. And like I mentioned, the branch is a copy of your main. If you look at my screen here, you see that we are working on the master. So this is the master branch. So we're going to create a replica of this master branch. When we have this replica, any changes we want to make to the code would exist in our own branch, and the master remains exactly as it is. So we're going to do that right now. The essence of this is that everybody working, if we are all making changes on the master, it's going to create a problem. So you as a DevOps engineer will get your own branch. I get my own branch. We'll work on it, and then we'll create a PR request and allow it to merge. So that's what we're gonna do now. So we'll do git checkouts -b. Now we use git checkout to create a branch and to switch in between branches. If I want to move from one branch to the next, I use this. So let me clear my screen so that we can see. So my command said git checkout -b. Git will create a branch called feature/contact page and then navigate into it. So you see, my output is switched to a new branch, and that branch is feature/contact branch. So you see that I have changed from here. So if I run pwd, so you see that I am inside code track, but I am also in this branch. So we've been able to create a branch, and then we'll switch into it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make changes inside this branch, in this branch that we've created. Whatever changes I will have to make, whatever thing we'll have to modify, will exist in this list. When it is clear that all of our changes are done, we can then merge it into the main branch. So we've created this one. Now the next thing to do is task 3, add contact.html on the feature branch. Now the main branch has only index.html file, and it has a style.css. So we are going to create this one, contact.html inside. And what command do we use? We use touch. We always use touch to create a new branch. So we go back to our terminal, and then we run this touch. So ls, we have contact.html, style.css, and index.html. So we now have 3 in this feature branch. So let's see. Now we're going to add something to the contact.html file. We'll edit, we'll stage, and we'll commit it. So we're going to use Nano to do that. But if we don't want to use Nano, we can always migrate to VS Code. Some people are more comfortable with VS Code, but I like Nano. But we'll try it either ways. So we'll check Git status to see the state. Then we'll add contact.html file. We'll check our status again, and then we'll commit. So this is still the same process. But what you're doing is you are staging these changes that you have made. So I think when we now know this, we are going to copy something and put inside here. But for now, let's see what is inside from our contact.html file. Let's see if it is empty or not. It should be empty. Parts. So this is basically empty. So Nano, sorry, let's do VS Code. So I'll close this. This one has okay, so I'm gonna open VS Code again, sorry. So we're in VS Code now. So we have contact.html in here. See, the length is 0. There is nothing inside here. But let's see if Git is tracking. Git status. So Git is tracking it. There is nothing inside here, but Git is tracking the empty file. So we are going to add it, and then we'll commit it before merging. Okay, so I want us to add something inside. Before we stage this contact.html file, let's check Udemy whether there is anything we need to add in there. I think this has only index.html file. So be on the safe. Okay. So we've done task 2. We've created a branch and then we switched in there. So we'll add contact.html file, which we have done there. Create contact.html, open it, paste the provided HTML content and save the file. Verify that the contact.html file exists. Check the Git repository, stage only contact.html file, and okay, all right. So this is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to copy this code now. So I copy the code. Then since I'm already on VS Code, so contact.html is empty now. So I will paste the code in here, Control V. So the code is in here now. I am not a fan of VS Code at all for whatever reason. So we have our in contact.html file here. I want to be sure that it's properly copied. Okay, yeah. So this is the contact page now. So I save it. Remember, Control S. I save it, Control S. Then let me come back to Git because Git is always my best working tool at this point. So this is saved now. I'll come back to Git. Git status. Just give it some time. This is Git status. So we have contact.html and it is we've added content into it. If you want to be sure that this exists, so look, we just do cat contact.html. So you see everything that we added here. So it prints on the screen. So that's contact.html file. I will just clear the screen so that it can give me space. Git status. So what do? We add it. We do git contact add contact.html. So check our status again, git status. So you see that changes to be committed. There's a new file called contact.html file. We've staged it, so we're going to commit it. So I'll come back here and use the commit message I already have in here. I want to use my commit message, so that's why I'm copying it. You can create your own commit message. I just want to use the one I already have provisioned. So this has been committed now. So I'll check git status. Run the command. Now on the branch, look on the branch now. This doesn't say master anymore. This says feature/contact page, and the working tree is clean. So I have been able to add a new feature that's a contact HTML. Then I'm able to stage it. Then I've been able to save it. Now let's go back to Git and see. We use our live server to see if the changes that we made exist. So this is the contact page. From the front end, this is the contact page. So look at it here. We now have it. Initially, we didn't have it. Now, if we switch to main branch, we'll find out whether we still have contact of HTML file. So let's do that. So we've done all these parts. We've added contact.html file. So the reason, when you're working with this, I think I changed. Okay, still the same thing. So contact.html file, you'll find it here. This playlist line is here. Give me a sec. Okay, I think there's something we need to add here. So let me find that on VS Code on Udemy. Okay. Add the following. I've added that commit. Okay, that's all. All right, so our contact page already exists here. Sorry, not here. So our contact page already exists here. When we view it from the live server, we have the contact page here. So we'll move on to the next one. So let's check if our contact page has been saved properly. So we copy this command and then we run it here. Anytime you run git log minus online -3, so that prints the last commits that you have made. Look at this one here, this hash. This hash here shows you the first initial commit that I made. And then this one, the master sits on top of the initial commit. So all of them will sit in this precedence. So this one here, then I made another commit in the master. Then the next one, I made a commit in the feature branch here. And this is a command. I added contact page. This is the hash here. So all of these things, anytime you run git log -- online -3 or any of these numbers, 3, 4, 5, whatever, that prints to you all the logs. It gives you the history of all the commits that you have made. So this is what we are doing right here, printing all the commits. All right, so that now that this has been added, so we'll move to task 4. Task 4 says add contact link to index.html. So still on that branch. So I'm going to copy the contact link here. The contact link should be in GitHub. Let me pick it up. Find existing paragraph with playlist. Insert the provided paragraph below. Okay, so this is the provided paragraph. Please, when you start looking for this, this is what we want to add. So we copy this. The instruction said we're going to copy it and add it into index.html. So git branch, we use index.html, not contact.css. We are editing inside index.html file. So still on this feature branch. Remember that we are making all of our changes in the feature branch and not in the main branch. So I come back to my Git. I open index.html file. So I'm looking for a line called class list. They said insert it, GitHub said, sorry, Udemy said insert it below. Let's see. So this line, sorry, I want to open it very well. So this is the line here. Add the following contact exactly as below. So you copy this. Exactly as shown. Open index.html file on your browser now. with a class playlist. So I'm looking for the word I can type to be able to find what I'm looking for. So class playlist is a perfect one. So I'll come back here. No, let's use so Control F. I'll find class playlist. Class playlist. Class playlist. Not here. Playlist. No, sorry. Excuse me to use nano. Nano is just really my thing. LS. Nano index dot html. Control W. Playlist. Playlist not found. Okay. Control W. No playlist. Let me see. What I'm looking for, I want to find an exact word that I can use. Find the existing paragraph with class playlist that contains a YouTube playlist link. Okay. Let me use YouTube to find it. YouTube. Why am I not finding YouTube? Okay. Okay, these minus P class equals playlist line. Join the WhatsApp community. Oh. Okay, so guys, I'm going to come back here. What is happening here is when I did this demo, I had a different source code I was working with. Sorry. So I had a different source code that I was working with. The source code that you have for VS Code is different from the one that I demonstrated with. So this one doesn't have the contact link that we are looking for. So we're just going to stage the contact playlist that we have already. So that's why you can't find it here. So I'll go back to my screen. But just for confirmation, let's check again. Let's just be very sure. Add a contact page link and record it in a separate atomic comments. Confirm that you're still on the feature contact page. Yes. Open index.html. Find the existing paragraph with class playlist link that contains YouTube. I want to be very sure that I'm looking for it manually because yeah, this is a different code base, right? The one that I used for my deployment is different. So we're going to make that correction on Udemy. So all right. So this is what we're going to do. I already added index.html, contact.html, and staged it, git status. So my working tree is clean. I have created contact.html file and it's there. So I'm not going to be modifying the index. I'm not going to modify index.html because I could see if there is anything to modify. So I won't be modifying index.html file because there is no way to add the extra modification that we want to do. So we're just going to stage this one here and leave it the way it is. And leave it the way it is. So if you look at this, you see that I have a different I use a very different code to work on this one. So that's just about it. So move on to the next one. So no second commit is happening. We are just using only one commit. So what we are going to do now is we move to task 5. The essence of this task 5 is to prove that all the changes that we've been making are happening in the feature branch and not on the main branch. So we're going to switch back to master and then check if the contact.html file exists in the master. So we're going to do git checkout master and then ls. So we're in the contact page. So we'll move here. Git check out master. So I've switched the master branch now, ls. So inside the master branch, we have index.html, we have style.css, but there is no contact.html. Now, the essence of creating a branch is when you have a code base that you're working with, you have the main branch, everyone is creating a branch out of that main branch. Nobody is supposed to make changes in the main branch. It is now when you've created your own branch, made all your changes, created all the new features, like we created contact.html file. When all of that is created and you're satisfied with what you have done, you have staged it, then you can now merge. So we didn't get to do a second commit due to the nature of the code that we are working with, but we've been able to create a contact page inside a feature branch, switch back to the master page and confirm. Now, if I go to index.html file in the main branch, I will see that the contact page does not exist anymore, only this one. So after doing that, we've committed and we've pushed. So you see that I was working with a different code base. So I'm going to merge the feature branch into the master branch. So we run git merge feature slash contact feature slash contact page. Okay. So git merge, we're merging this contact page together branch. So please ensure that sometimes when you want to merge, it may bring out VI code. Just use a semicolon W and Q. Just put it together, run it, and then it will be able to save your merge. So look at look at what I have here. Updating this, we now have contact.html file has now been merged into this one. So our merge completed successfully. So git merge, look at this. Git merge contacts features like contact page takes all the commits made on the feature branch, which is the contact page here. And then since there is no conflicting changes existing between the two branches, Git combine their histories automatically. So when we run ls on the master's page, ls contact is now physically present on the master. Before, let's see if it's now there after the merge. ls. So we now have contact.html, index.html, and style.css. Initially, in the master's branch, we didn't have it here. We only had it in the feature branch. If you look at this, let's see, feature branch, we have contact.html, index.html file. But in the main branch, we didn't have it before. But after the merge completed, we now have contact.html file, index.html file, and style.css. What git merge does for you is that it merges the history of the feature branch and the main, or even the branches that you're working together with. It combines all of them together. So my master branch now has contact.html file, index.html, and style.css. So if you're still with me and you haven't slept off, please give me a reaction. Let's know that we're all still working together. Only 2 people are awake. Oh my God. Okay, all right. A lot of people are awake. 20 people are awake, all right. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the next task. Now our merge has completed successfully. The contact page and the main branch, the feature branch and the main branch are still together, have been combined together. So what do? We inspect the history. We want to view everything that has happened from master to feature branch. So we're going to view the graph. So we run this git log. So look at our log, everything that happened here. We started from initial commit. We committed index.html file, and then we now updated the tagline. All of these things happened. Then we now created the master branch and the feature branch. We merged it together. So this is our history, the log of everything that we just did. So now this part is optional, cleanup. So what this cleanup does is just to simply delete the contact page and make sure that only the feature branch only the main branch exists. So we can clean it up or you can leave it, but I'd like to clean it up and remove the contact page. I don't need it. So you can leave your own. This place is optional, but you can try it. If you do this, this allows you to learn something new. It allows you to also clean up your branch. So when you use -d says delete the specified branch. Git branch, you're telling Git to -d to delete this feature branch. So running this command, git branch -d feature branch deletes this. So let's see. Let's come back and delete the contact page. Remember, we are in the master branch now. So deleted branch is now feature/contact page. So ls, so we'll do git branch rather. Git branch will list all the branches that we have made from this master. So in the git branch, we have only master. So we've been able to delete contact page that we created. We now have only master. So no other page exists. So this is very optional for you, but I advise you to do it because once you do it, you learn how to create a branch and then delete that branch. So, but now that we've deleted the branch, you run ls, you see that our merge is successful. We have contact.html, we have index.html, we have style.css. So the contact.html file we created is not lost. The only thing is that the branch that we created, we are done with it and we've discarded it. In practicality, this looks like when you have an original copy of a file, you make a photocopy. In that photocopy, while you're reading it, you're making some changes, you're editing it. Once you are done, you squeeze it and throw it inside a bin. You don't no longer use it. But before you do that, you've been able to merge all the changes. You've copied all your changes into the main file that all of them now exist. So the master has contact.html file that we created in the main. Remember, we didn't create it here. We created it in the feature branch. Now that our merge is successful, the master is clean, we can now delete the feature branch. So I think that ends this one. So that ends this assignment. So once you are done, it's very, very optional, but if I were you, I would delete it, I will clean it up so that it increases my learning. So this brings us to the end of assignment 10. So let me come back to us and see whether you guys are still with me. Okay, yeah, I can see you're still with me. All right, moving on. The next one we'll move to assignment 11. Now, welcome to GitHub. I know that we launched you into GitHub from beginning without giving you any view at
Hello,
all.
Joy.
Are you all doing well? Hello? Oh, is my hand? Am I okay?
Hello,
I'm coming. Hi.
it's me. Hi.
Am I muted?
Yeah, I think you have done 3 assignments, right?
Yes, I have done 3.
Okay, we can do the rest on the weekdays because we have
Oh.
limited time.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's to 1.
Huh?
Okay, all right. I didn't even notice the time.
Anjana, how big this assignment is? Joy?
We can skip 1. We can skip assignment 11 because that's just an overview of GitHub. But the last one is a little big because that's where we are going to learn how to create a
Yeah.
pull request. That's how we're going to merging conflicts, treat all of that. It's not
Right.
much, but it can take a little bit of time because this is the part where everybody a little bit struggled with.
Okay. How much a minute it will take to complete assignment number 11?
Assignment 11 should just take about 10 minutes. It's just an overview of GitHub, just to create a GitHub profile and all that.
Okay, so I would say let's finish this. Okay, then we can go to the next part of the day. It will make more sense.
Okay, we have 2 more, so we should finish 11 and leave 12, or we should finish 12 and leave 11.
I think let's
11.
finish 11 first. 11 is a small one, right?
Very small, yes.
Yeah, let's finish the 11 one.
Okay, so okay, guys, you're still with me, so I'll just take you to assignment 11. It's very easy. All right, so on GitHub, what we're going to do is GitHub account creation, exploration of GitHub, and making our GitHub account profile setup. Now, no one needs to tell you that your GitHub is your professional page. The same thing that LinkedIn is doing for you, GitHub profile is doing more than that for you because all of your work is recorded there in your history. So it becomes important for you to have a working and you're going to have a well set up GitHub account. So I'll just go to my GitHub, but I'll take you step by step. I'll take it step by step so that we can make it very, very fast. It doesn't have to waste time. All right. I'm in 11. The 11. Sorry, I stopped sharing my screen. I needed to find something. So you create your GitHub account. I know that by now everyone already has a GitHub account. So I said here that if you have a GitHub account, you can just skip task 1. Then we'll go to exploring GitHub account. So I'll take you to my GitHub right now. So we're going to look at how to create a fork, how to start a repository, how to find a repository, and all of that. So the next one, let's go to my GitHub. I have my GitHub here. So this is my GitHub account. So this is my profile. What's my profile? So you put a very nice picture, professional pictures of you. Put a professional picture. And then you edit profile, click on edit profile. You put a very nice, just a short introduction about who you are, what you intend to do as a DevOps engineer, because when someone gets into your GitHub profile, they need to have a quick glance of who you are. So me here, I'm interested in building scalable infrastructure and automating workflows, simple and clean. So my picture is already here. So once you fill all of that, your social account, you add your GitHub, your LinkedIn profile. My LinkedIn profile is there. My Medium profile is here too. I will update my Twitter account here because I'm active there. and then any other relevant profiles that I have. But at least your GitHub account should be here. Your Medium, that's your blog URL should be here as well. So that anyone who comes into your profile doesn't have to go around. The person can see this and be able to contact you. So after doing that, we'll come here. We're going to explore GitHub. So click on this place. You see explore. So GitHub will find your interest here. Once you see explore, you see all of these things. GitHub is going to suggest to you things that you can look at. So it suggests topics and repositories that you can work on. So we're going to find our own repository. So let's find the Epic book. So this is one of DMI repositories. So this is the Epic book, our own repository. So here I already started it here. I remove it and I start it again. Now, when you start this repository, it is because this is an open source. Obviously, we are going to be working with it. You start it, you like it, this is what you're working with. So we start this repository. Now, let's say we like this repository. We want to work on it, obviously. So we'll come back here, we'll create a fork. So you click on fork. So once you do that, when creating a fork means you created your own copy of this repository. Now, anytime that you want to deploy, replicate this repository, or you want to work on it, you want to use a code base, you create your own copy. When you create your own copy and you've made your changes, you can now raise a PR for those changes to be accepted into the main. But during the week when we do the last demonstration, you see how to create a pull request and wait for it to be accepted. Now, I already have this in my copy. That's why you have Joy. The fork already exists. But if it doesn't, your name will appear here. You just come back here, you create a fork. Once you create that fork, you come back to your own repository. Let me go to the Epic book because I have it already. So let me come to my repositories. I should be able to find it. So find your repository, the Epic. So look at it here. So I already have this repository and see what it says here. It was created from the original repo. So the original repo, which is private Mishra/Epic book, this gives me my own copy. If I need to do anything, what I do is I open the repository, I copy the source code from here, copy the source code, then I clone it. I come back to my local machine. If I don't know, I don't think I have it here. cd dot. So this is where I put all my Cohort 3 related projects. Git clone. So I'm cloning the Epic book already. It's almost done. So while it is doing that, okay, so this is the one that we just finished working with. So my network is a little bit slow, that's why it's delaying. But you already know what to do. Once you come back to your my GitHub here, you've learned how to fork a repository. You learn how to start a repository. I start it here. This is my own fork, so I have the right to start it. You can also start it yourself. So you start the repository. So let's come back to explore again. So if there is any other thing you're interested in, any other topic you're interested in, you come to the topic section, you look at topics based on this, based on React. It will populate a lot of topics. You can find any resources related to this, and you studies. So all of these things are related to React app. So every other elements of GitHub that we need to do, another thing that we need to do in our next project, which gives us an entirety of all that GitHub and Git itself offers, where we are going to create a project, we are going to edit it, create a feature branch, we are going to merge it, and then we are going to create a pull request. That pull request is we are adding our contribution to the original repository. So in the next project, we are going to do all that. So once you have I know that all of us here, we have our GitHub accounts. Take your time to explore the GitHub account. Check what is trending. Check the events that are available. All of these events that you can also register and attend. There's a webinar going on here. You can register for this webinar and attend. So that's GitHub for you. So keep on exploring. So any topic that you're interested in or any repository you're looking for, you come back here. Let's say you're looking for anything on Git. So you can search for it. Any repository on Git and GitHub, you'll find it in here. So that's basically what assignment 11 is about. So we are done with this one. I'll stop sharing my screen right now. And then I'm back. So we're done with assignment 11. This is just basically you getting acquainted with GitHub that you already have. So take your time and explore every other aspect of GitHub. During the week, we'll do assignment 12, where you will learn the entirety of GitHub put together in one assignment. Thank you for hanging in with me. Over to some back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Joy. It was amazing. And I think they have some questions in the chat.
Okay, I'll look at it. Let me
Can
see
check
what.
them, take like 5 minutes to answer them.
Okay, let me look at the.
Mm.
So if you have a question, you can drop it. I don't see any question. I'm not seeing it.
Question we can take later. Okay, so I would say in the forum, okay, we can answer all these questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, guys, let's do the peer review now. I'll create the breakout rooms.
Hey guys, before Anjana, you break the session. Sorry, you create the breakout room. Guys, everyone, you are here? Type back in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Okay, so now two things remaining, right? As per our schedule. Correct? What is pending now? Let me know in the chat box. You know by this time, right? What you do last 2 hours. Peer review, right? So now we are going to do the peer review. So you have around 20 minutes, okay? So quickly skim through with your other colleagues, friends, last week assignments. And trust me, this is going to be really valuable going forward now. Okay, so please take this seriously, learn from them. Once you come back, then I have one announcement. Then we will go for the champion of the weeks. Okay, guys? All good? Yes, you guys are right. Thank you so much. Anjana, over to you.
Okay, guys, I have opened the breakout rooms. You can join now. You have assigned to the rooms. Guys, why are you not joining and what are you doing here? I can see in some breakout rooms only one person is there and you are in the main room.
Guys, I'm audible? Okay.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Now I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes,
Okay,
sir,
perfect.
you're audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Joy, someone is playing music behind your maybe your neighbor or someone.
Yes, no, I'm in a private public place, so that's hence the noise.
Aha. Okay. 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 No problem. I felt someone is playing music or something. It happens. When I was in the India, then I have noticed when people is happy, okay, they share their happiness with the neighbors, okay. It's not something if I want to watch movie, I want to listen the song, I'm listening, I'm enjoying. No, I want other people to enjoy.
It's the same
Okay.
with Nigeria here too. We do it in Nigeria as well. Loud music and all that.
Yeah. And you cannot say people, please don't do that.
It's the same in Sri Lanka.
Yeah. It's good, but sometimes annoying. At least when you're doing this kind of meeting or something, right? But yeah, no issues. Okay, guys, I was joining some breakout room here and there, and I see you guys have some discussions. You are trying to connect with other people, trying to make some good friends. That's really good. Same time, also please review assignments as well. Okay, so that is purpose of reviewing the having this session. So you can review the other colleague assignments, go through it, and see what is something you can improve it. Couple of things I want to discuss with you. So first thing first, now we have I have automated some sort of reviewing your assignments. Okay, so now because we have the automation, so we can review your assignments almost every day. Okay, not every hours. Okay, so in once in a day, I'm going to run my agent. Okay, and it's going to review your assignments. So your score will be get updated. Okay, so this is a really good opportunity for you to trying to be on top of the leaderboard. So let me share my screen, and I'm from last 2 3 days I see there is a lot of changes in the whole scoreboard and leaderboard. Okay, I see people are changing. So now yes, Rawat is on the top. Okay, and I think yesterday, Meda Sahar, she was on the top. Okay, so this number is keep changing. Okay, so please make sure everything is green for you. Now, if you go here, okay, you see everything from the last 4 weeks is green for you. Sorry, green for him. And most importantly, please come here and see which week is green, which weeks is not green. If something is not green, you can look into that. What is pending? What is why your assignment is not getting marked? Okay, so because of you people feedback, I had a really good feedback from some of you. Okay, one of them was Kiran Gandhi. Okay, other guys as well. So when you give some constructive feedback, then I can work, we can work, but don't give frustrating feedback. Okay, that's don't help, and that frustrate us. Okay, and also frustrate other people. So always ask right question, good questions, right way. Okay, so I will understand and I will try to improve it. Okay, so when Kiran Gandhi given the feedback, it was very systematic. He written one paragraph. Okay, so I looked into that. Okay, what is wrong going on, what I can do that, right? So always be constructive. Why? Because you are type in the chat box, you are engineer. Exactly, you guys are engineer, and I'm trying to make you the engineer. Okay, so always be logical. Okay, thank you so much. Now try to understand that still I see some people are confused. Okay, so I thought this is opportunity for me to explain you guys how this whole process is working. Okay, please try to understand. Now let's go back to the leaderboard once again and maybe scroll down, go to here, Godwin. Let's open his. Okay, now you see his only two badge is unlocked, other is not unlocked yet, right? And here you see, if you scroll down here, you can see week by week details, right? So why his week 0 is not graded, we completely see here. Assignment, this one assignment, okay, is not passing. There's no LinkedIn post. Where is the LinkedIn post? Let's go into here. Okay, Godwin, here we can open his GitHub profile, and this is assignments, right? Everyone, please try to understand. So let's go what this is saying. So week 0, internet and networking. Okay, assignment, this only one assignments. Okay, and this is not graded. Why? So to turn this week green, assignment this one, okay, this is assignment, still untouched template, replaced placeholder with your own answer. So let's go and try to find if this assignment is present or not. If you go here, open this one. Okay, now you see this is there, right? So looks like file name is correct. So this is how I'm expecting the file name. Sorry, file name, this is correct, right? Makes sense. Now let's open this, and here if you go, you see add your answer. It's not written his answer here. Scroll down again, this is the missing. So when I check, my agent checks, okay, we check here, okay, again we validate, okay, back this is correct answer, wrong answer. Now you completely see here, right? This is not been updated. So because of that, you see here this is problem, right? There's no screenshots, there's no LinkedIn post. This is very important, try to understand here. So no LinkedIn post, no LinkedIn URL in your readme progress table. Okay, add your LinkedIn post link. What is your progress table? Where this is? Type in the chat box. Where is your progress table? GitHub, readme, exactly. Okay, let's look into that. So if you go here, okay, now let's go here. Okay, scroll down. Okay, this is your readme. It says here, correct? So this is the readme. So when we see say readme means your repository readme. This is your repository, and here readme, right? Readme.md. Scroll down, okay, and here you see your weekly progress, right? And here we clearly see here his LinkedIn post is missing here. Again, here blog post is missing here, right? So we are expecting LinkedIn post. So that is the problem. Okay. Now there's another problem. Okay. Here is very hard for me to verify. Okay. So this not working for us. Okay. What we need to do, let's go to the yes Rawat here. Okay, not here. Okay, let's open someone else as well. Exactly, this is very nice. Okay, now if you come here, let me make this bit not as smaller. Okay, so what I'm expecting your LinkedIn post should be something like this. Okay, so with my agent, I'm checking this. What happens? Sometimes people go when they use like this. Okay, they use any link. They're not posting the right link. LinkedIn post has the post URL. Okay, my personal profile has the different URL, right? My activity has the different URL. So I'm expecting here, maybe he's done right. Okay, I see it's done right, but people always mess around. Okay, so that's why I'm expecting you always put URL like this. Okay, it's easy for me to or for my agent to review it. Again, similar blog. Okay, so always put like this. Okay, so I've been seeing people only missing this kind of things. So this completely explain, right? Again, for the blog. Okay, again, if you go here, you see done, she got the 100 marks. Okay, but it's still missing one assignment is missing here, right? Which assignment? This assignment, correct? Again, LinkedIn post is missing. There's no URL in the readme, no blog post, right? So this is completely explain this. So again, I have humble request to everyone. So please look into leaderboard. Okay, open this. Also, along with that, open your one. Okay, and then try to verify what this is complaining is present or not present. Okay, this is where you should be doing. And if you really find maybe I did mistakes, my agent is doing mistakes, then give me right reasonings, give me the right questions. Okay, so I will look into it. It will be easy for me. Okay, guys, am I making sense? This is clear? Give me thumbs up. Thank you so much. Now, couple of things. Everyone, please focus and try to understand. And this understanding help me, help your co-mentor and other colleague as well. Okay, try to understand some of the common mistakes I see all the time. So one of them. So now you see this is a DMI C3 leaderboard channel, right? Now this person asks, please can I join with my phone, my laptop? What is the question? Where this been posted? So what this is doing is frustrating for me. It's frustrating for the commenter because Anjana is not looking here. And more importantly, it's frustrating for this 118 people. This is completely wrong channel for sending this message. So it's very important. This is your private message. This is the public channel, right? So this will go in your group here. You are sending in the respective group, right? Not in the public channel. Guys, am I making sense? So please understand what question you now ask where, because you will be disturbing other people, right? Now, let's look into that, some of the questions, okay? How you should be asking the question. So here again, I'm going to delete it, but please don't send a message like this, okay? In this channel, okay, I have really requested ask question in the very specific format, so I will be able to help you. Okay, if you scroll up, okay, I have asked you how to ask your question in this format. So always ask in this format. Okay, what you think is went off here, explain in very detail, so it will help me to review it. And I see people are making a lot of mistakes, so this is really not helping me. This kind of message really don't help, and this is frustrating. Okay, guys, am I making sense? If yes, type MK in the chat box. Now, one important things also try to understand here in this channel. Okay, so you will have some problems, you will have some challenges. You are welcome to ask your questions. Okay, but one thing keep in mind, I'm not looking this 24/7. Okay, so when you ask your question, okay, so let's say take an example. Here is the questions. Okay, so when I need to look into that, I will go ahead and I will just put the here icon like eyes. Okay, means I'm looking into it. This is on my radar. When I get the time, I will look into it. Okay, once I will done it, I review it, or maybe update the scoreboard. I'll go ahead and change this with this one. Okay, then you know your problem has been listened and we have fixed this. Okay, so please follow this structure. Okay, when you see eyes, means I'm looking into it, still I'm working on it. When you see this, then I have done from my side. You can go ahead again, verify it. Okay. If still you have any questions, then come back and write, okay, hey, I think you have verified, but it still looks like it's not matching, or maybe this is matching, this is not working. In this week, I have did this, something like this. Okay. So again, I will look into this. Guys, is this clear? Follow this practice. Trust me, once you start working in the company, okay, people will love you. Your teammate is going to love you. Okay. Because you know how to use the any communication. What is the proper way of passing the communication? Okay. It's very, very important. Okay, guys. So that was couple of things I wanted to let you know. So whenever you are updating your assignments, okay, anyone, sorry. Once again, please try to understand. As I said, this channel is for updating the leaderboard. Okay. And when you have done some changes, okay, updated your assignments, come ahead and you can write here. Okay. You did it. Okay. If I see 5 to 6 people have already done, updated the assignments, right? Updated it. Okay. Then it's really good time for me to go and run the agent, because I'm running the agent. This is costing me, right? It's not running free of cost, right? So there's the CPU, memories, storage, my time. Okay. So of course, do it, post it, and once I see some good number of people submitted their assignments, we will review it. And within, okay, once I do it, then a scoreboard will be get updated. Go ahead, look into it. Okay, guys, all good? Perfect. Very nice. Now we are moving to the last part of today. Okay, champion of the week. So we have already pushed everything. So let me share my screen. So let's go in champions. Okay, cohort 3 and week 2. So here we have the 3 champions from this week. From group 2, we have the S1 Rawat. And I've seen S1 is pushing really, really hard from the last couple of days. Okay. So S1, many, many congratulations. And Aswant, please unmute yourself. Would like to hear from you. Okay, how things going? How you are able to make your all weeks green? It was really good to see. Let me allow you so you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, Aswant.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry, yes, yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's yes, Rawat. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this honor, and I'm very grateful for this. And I'm very thankful for all Praveen sir and commenters and Anjana ma'am and all my colleagues. Thank you so much for this.
Yes, I see from last weeks you have been working very hard. Your score was not like this. So what different things you have been doing?
No, sir, I'm doing all the assignment on time, but
Mhm.
it's not present on the leaderboard at that time. Maybe some issue from your side. But now I
Okay.
resolve the issues, like
Mhm.
we are able to see the issues, which topic is visible or not. So I'm work on that, and now it's completely resolved.
Yes, you were right. There were some issues from my side as well. I do accept it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because initially we were doing the manually. Okay, then I created the agent, and my agent was not doing great work.
Yes, sir.
And again, I
But now
fixed
it
it.
completely work well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being honest.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, now from group 2, we have the Tony Backsaw. Please unmute yourself.
Hello guys.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. So firstly, I want to say a big thank you to a big thank you for giving us this opportunity to learn in a place where we can feel comfortable and in a place where we can have proper hands-on projects that can build our skill for the future. I also want to give a big shout out to all the co-mentors for their input and their dedication to making us be the engineers that we all want to be. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the award for Champion of the Week. I accept it with my full chest.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yes, I know this internship is not as easy, guys. Okay. And intentionally, we make it difficult, challenging. Okay. So at least once you complete it, okay, you know what is expect to be as a DevOps engineer. Okay. It's not easy. I know it. But intentionally, I don't want to make it even simpler, easy for you. Okay. Again, you're putting your precious time with us, right? So you should get most out of it. Now,
Thank you.
you are welcome. Now, group 3, he or she is, oh, okay, let me share my screen. It's a bit hard for me to pronounce the name. So he and she is Olu Ogbade. Ologbade. Please unmute yourself if you are here.
All right. Thank you very much. Please permit me to put off my camera. I'm carrying my baby. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to learn, and a big well done to our co-mentors. In our group, the co-mentors are really forthcoming, and that's really helpful. And I also noticed that the iteration is going on, different changes, and it's making it better. And it's giving, we can relate more with what is going on. So thank you for that. And finally, it's nice to be on the leaderboard and to be champion of the week. It gives more motivation to dig in more and to, give all that it takes for the rest of the program. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and you are most welcome. And guys, yes, now let me mute everyone. And guys, I've also did the LinkedIn post. Okay. So please go ahead and congratulate your colleague over there. This is best place to let people know, let the world know. Okay. We have been putting so hard effort to be champion of the week. Okay. And learn DevOps. So go ahead and congratulate you all colleagues over there. I have posted the link. And now I'm going to take your questions. So please raise your hand. And before that, I'm going to tell you something very important. Perfect. So I'm sharing links once again. So please go ahead and congratulate your colleagues who has been putting a lot of effort day and night. Yeah. Guys, one important things. Now your real learning is starting. Okay. And we have also mentioned in the past. Okay. From here, things will become more easier. Okay. Your week 1 was bit challenging, week 2 was a bit challenging. From here it will become more easy, because as of now you've done the 2 project, and those projects will keep coming, keep repeating. Okay. And upcoming weeks you will do 2 more projects. Okay. So we have 4 projects in this whole training, and that will get repeated. And what will keep changing? Only the technology. So same application, you are going to deploy with the Terraform, with the Ansible, in the AWS cloud, in the Azure cloud, and you're going to Dockerize it, and you're going to create Kubernetes manifest. Okay, so this will be remain same, and underlying technology will change, and there you will feel more confident. So everything is layered, and that's how we do in the industry. Okay, so your tough time has gone, trust me. You're having a lot of issues, I know, a lot of challenges. Okay, so those time has gone, now your good time is coming. Just keep pushing. I know this is not easy, literally not easy. I know, I can feel you. This is third cohort I'm running. Okay, I can completely feel you. Sometimes you feel frustrated, we're struggling a lot. Okay, but that's how engineers are made. Just you need to support each other. Okay, keep showing up. Okay, trust me. Okay, upcoming weeks will be wonderful. Yes, now we'll take the questions one by one. Bharadwaj, unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Anjana.
So I need to take the third attendance.
Yes, let's take the attendance first.
Guys, I have won the attendance poll. Please vote.
Perfect. So 96% attendance. Very nice. I'm ending it. Done. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, one important thing. Your attendance mark is not updated in the leaderboard as of now, but we are going to update it. Okay, it will be updated sometime. So I need to do it. Okay, now I will take your questions. And guys, one last things. Okay, Miss, just I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so one things. Okay, there there is a lot to learn. Okay, it's very hard to for you to cover everything in the particular week on that topic. Okay, so don't try to go in the depth. Okay, try to do as much as you can and try to complete the assignments. Okay, so what here we are trying to do, we are giving you the path, we're giving you the way of solving the problem. Okay, we're helping you to make a good friend, be in the community, and complete the course. Okay, rather going in the depth. Okay, just follow along with us. Once you complete the training, okay, you will relax for the couple of weeks and start doing everything again. Okay, you will really able to understand it. Okay, and that time it will make more sense, and you can go in the depth. Okay, so don't feel like this. Okay, just I'm doing the assignments, not getting a lot. Don't worry. Okay, just follow the process. Okay, it will help you. Okay, guys, Bhardwaj, unmute yourself. Yes, now you can unmute.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. My question is about scores. So I have put my query in the Discord and I have given green tick from you. Does that mean it will be corrected in the next agent run, or is it already corrected?
It's already corrected.
But still, I am unable to see my post scores in any of the week. Like for some of the week, it is only blog score, and for some of the week, it is LinkedIn post score. But both of them not showing for all the weeks for me.
Okay, no problem. Let's do the live testing here. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So everyone, please try to understand. Okay. If again something is missing, I'm going to fix it. But it's the right questions and try to understand. Okay, where this something is not working. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, so he's complaining something. So let's open the his badge and also his GitHub. Okay, let me open this. Okay, now let's look at here. So his 3 week is unlocked and only last week is not unlocked. And here it's complaining something. Okay, so you have what concern you have here?
About post scores in all the weeks, sir.
Come again?
Blog LinkedIn post scores in all the weeks.
Very good. So now what this is saying, LinkedIn post, no LinkedIn URL in your README progress table, add the link. So where is the your README? Where do I go and find it?
In my forked repository, go
Yes.
to README
Then
section, README progress. Scroll down, please.
mm-hmm,
Scroll down.
mm-hmm,
Little more. Little more.
mm-hmm.
Here, sir. Here.
Okay, so here I see your LinkedIn profile is there, post is there, and your blog is also there, right?
Yeah, sir.
Perfect. But again, also see some problem over here. Okay,
Okay.
you have some unnecessary things over here. Okay, this is, I think you got the merge conflict. You need to fix it. Okay, that could
Okay,
be
sir.
the reason. Okay, but at least how I see here, everything looks good. Okay, so that could be the reason. Please fix it now and push the commit and let me test it.
Sure, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to do it now?
Yeah, doing it, sir.
Perfect, super. Just open the README in the GitHub and do it. Okay, let me know once you do it. Okay, and meantime,
Done, sir.
so done. Okay, Sola,
Yes.
please unmute yourself. Super. I'm running the agent. Okay, Sola, unmute yourself.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Yeah, I want to appreciate you and the commenters for what they have been doing to us. I know it's really encouraging, even though we're pushing from our end. Thank you very much, sir. Um, Recently, although I thank God that all these things is happening because it make me to learn one or the other way. Just that um the people that they link me to. Today now, my room, there was nobody there in my room. There was nobody there in my room. So I was the only one. The last time also, the person that was tagged with me, the person has not even started anything. So, and the upper one also, the person have not started anything. So it's not be like for me now, I'm the only one on my own. So I've not been discussing with anybody. So this day. So you can see, I don't have partner. So it has really, really, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what it is. Thank God for commenter, Joy, that will be helping me. So thank God for her. So I want to see that maybe next time, if something like that happen, I will request, like today now I requested for help and then I joined, but later she left because of other she have to attend to. So I think that is one of the reasons as well. So thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that.
Okay, perfect. This is called bad luck. Okay, so sometime it happens, and it also could be reason in one of the session you are doing the uh, what is called miss you are the out of your shirt, okay, and you are just showing your body, okay, so maybe people not getting comfortable hanging around with you. So when you are in the session, okay, try to be proper, okay, so people be comfortable with you. Just I'm joking, okay, so that's, but yeah, it happens. So maybe here people listening, okay, some of them maybe come forward and they will try to be partner with you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Now let me push the changes and let me verify his Kachi Raju. What is your okay? Looks like this is not updated. Okay, I will look into that. So now looks like this is the bug, but along with that, I see many people score is got updated. Okay, that's really good news. But for you, Bhardwaj, I will look into it. Okay, why this is still missing?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I will look into that. Perfect. Again, Sola. Okay, people is not going to like you. Okay. Next person, Kingsley. Please
Yeah,
unmute
good
yourself.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, okay, it's about my scores. I just went through the leaderboard that week 2, week 3, week 1, the success mindset and the agentic AI that have done nothing. So I went back to my repository now. Everything is there. I've done everything there. So I'm not even scored at all in week 1 and week 2. So the thing is somehow strange to me. In fact,
Okay.
it weakens my zeal.
Okay. Now let me do again one more test. Okay, so I know something is not working. I'll fix into this. Okay, I see you have only 140 marks. Let me share my screen. I'm really happy you guys are coming and asking. Okay, you are caring about your marks. Okay, thank you so much for this. Okay, I see your all week. Okay, now let's go one by one. Okay, assignment, this looks good. Okay, Now is complaining you have not updated this. So for the week 1, right? I see you haven't added your answer here, correct? You haven't added your answer here, correct?
Okay, that one was the one we did during the registration. Yes, I've not updated that. I made the social mindset and the agentic AI. Those two.
Okay, perfect. So this fix this, okay? And now let's
Okay.
go to the next one. And I know these people miss, now you need to update it because you already done before joining the cohort. Now you need to update it.
Uh,
Let's go
Okay.
here. It's saying again this assignment template, it has the placeholder. Let's go here. And when we check the assignments, okay, now you see you have this placeholder, right?
Mhm.
So in assignment, this one things, either you get full marks or you will not get any marks. Okay. So when you are editing, right? So this not need to be here, correct? So it means what I understood is still you need to update. You are waiting to add again, update it. You done maybe half work. This is what I understood when I'm reviewing your assignment. There should not be this placeholder at all. So just remove this placeholder and add your content. Okay. If it's there, I think like, okay, you need to again edit it. It's not done. Okay. Then we are not marking your this assignments. You got my point?
Yeah, I think that one, yes, that one, I think that one should be a typo.
Yes, you
Because
need to fix it. Again, if you come here, maybe I think you are doing same mistakes. Okay. I think again, it looks like it says, right?
let's check,
Add
sir.
your URL here. So let's go here in the assignment number. Sorry, this one, first one. Let me quickly search it here. Now you have added, but again, you have these things, right? So if you read it, okay, you will understand it. Okay. So read it carefully, try to understand it. Okay. But yeah, Bhardwaj has the real problem. I will look into that. Okay. Most of the people, I think problem is already solved. Yeah, perfect.
All right. All right, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. Excuse, sir. Excuse, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. When we were then having the classes, so my laptop got off. So during that time, before I joined, already taking attendance. So I'm even using my phone now. So the second attendance, so our they did not our name was not included. So because my laptop was off, I was requested to join with my phone.
Okay.
That not be
So
approved.
yeah, Anjana has the form, Google form. She's going to send people who has problem with the attendance. You need to write the reason, share the screenshot, something like this. And if she will fill, we can approve it. So she is going to approve it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Jacqueline, unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sir, today when Joy did the explanation for assignment, I will refer to the assignment according to your Udemy, sir. Assignment 10, branching workflow. The solution walkthrough file looks a bit inaccurate, sir. So will that be updated?
Where is the solution?
The full solution walkthrough file, when you open the link, sir, it will show assignment 10 and then it will give instructions for like previous week's assignment. It won't show the branching has to use the command checkout, correct, sir? It doesn't show all those commands that Joy was showing earlier today in the call.
Okay, perfect.
It's
Okay.
showing different.
Yes, very good finding. If you guys had this kind of findings, okay, so I'm thinking what is the best way to resolve this?
But I saw Joy had another assignment. She was following through the video, so maybe she can update this on the Udemy, sir.
Yeah, she will update it, but yeah, we need to cross double check. Okay, so maybe Anjana or Joy, they will connect with you. Okay, and they will try to understand in the more details. Okay, and they will fix it. Very good
And
point.
One more point, one more thing I wanted to ask, sir. For assignment 6 is about agentic AI, but there's no Udemy section. Will that be doing a solution walkthrough during the week?
Yes, yes, yes. We are not putting. I need to little bit think around the Udemy. Okay, what will go in the Udemy, what will not go in the Udemy. Okay, because there we are not teaching people the agentic AI, right? So it's confusing for them. But now I'm working on the new LMS. Everything will be moved on the new LMS. But yeah, we are going to give the separate solution for that.
Okay, sir. That's all my question. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your weekend.
You are welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, Eto AB, unmute yourself. Other people, feel free to drop from here. Okay, and I've done the LinkedIn post. Please go ahead and congratulate your colleagues. Auto AB, please unmute yourself.
Okay, good day to you. And I greet every mentor that have been working behind the backs to help us on everything we've been doing to achieve greater height. Thank you very much, Brother Michelle, and our mentors. So my question is, I've been trying to check the leaderboard. It was updated yesterday. So I was trying to check the leaderboard, but I can't find my name on there. So that's my question.
Okay, perfect. So if your name is not there, then it's mean in our student roster, your name is missing. I see your name is not there, leaderboard. Okay. So you
Yes.
need to connect with the Anjana. Okay. And Anjana will help me with your full name, your group details, or your GitHub repository. Okay. I need to add it there.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Welcome. Spencer, unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So excuse me, I'm a bit new to this environment, so bear with me if there are some basic things I should know and I don't know. But then I have two problems. The first one is my name is not appearing on the leaderboard. And then the second one, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but when I check the repository, when I fork the thing, I'm seeing week 1, I'm seeing week 2, I'm seeing week 3, Linux for DevOps. But then there's no week for the bash scripting side. It's only from week 3, it moves straight to GitHub and then the rest. I don't know if there's something I've done wrong somewhere. If you could please help me.
Sorry. Come again.
I'm saying
Mm.
on my GitHub, the repository, I'm seeing from week 1 to week 3, Linux DevOps, but then I'm not seeing week 4, like bash scripting. The next one is week 5. But when you were reviewing someone's assignments, I saw they had done bash scripting and then they had presented the work. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong.
Spencer, I think what I would say in your group, okay, send this message, okay, ask someone to come with you in the meetings, okay, do some debugging. Maybe you're not fetching the details right away, okay.
Okay, all right.
So these kind
And
of
I'll do
things you
that
can
after.
get help from some of your colleagues from here, okay. They will help you
All
out.
right, sure. All right, thank you very much. I'll do that right now.
You are welcome. Tony, unmute yourself.
Okay, so my question is just a quick one. Now that the assignment review is automated, do we still need to use the submission link to submit our assignment?
Yes, every week you need to submit it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, guys, perfect. I think we are done for the day. Okay, I see some hand is still raised here. Okay, so now what I did, I have created another private channel called DMI C3 General Issues. Okay, and I'm going to ask Anjana to give access to everyone. So if you have any challenges Okay, like your attendance, like assignments. Okay, those kind of question will go over here. Okay, again, as I said, make sure ask right question at the right place. Okay, leaderboard related issues, always put it there. I will look into that. General issues, okay, go in the general issues. I have created a channel and Anjana will give access to everyone. Okay, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to our co-mentors. Okay, please go ahead and take some rest. Okay, sleep well. And once you wake up tomorrow morning, go through all the other concepts. Okay, you need to look into that, understand it, then start solving the assignments. I see Anjana already added, given you all permission. I see 53 people currently is in the DMI C3 general issues. Okay, so please go ahead and if you have any, again, guys, please don't bombard with the questions. One-liner question is very, very frustrating. Okay, you have some real problem, generic problem, ask. Okay, understand it, ask right way, so we will be able to help you. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Have a good day and see you guys next week. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Anjana, you need to end the meeting. You are the co-host or host.